Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Beneath the same stars. The rain fell upward. Kyle watched from the doorway of the granary, his small hands gripping the weathered frame as droplets defied nature itself, ascending toward clouds that had refused to break for 7 months. Behind him, Master Even stood in stillness, but Kyle felt the tremor in the force, not fear, but recognition. "The child is strong," Even murmured. Kyle turned. Across the courtyard, knee-deep in mud that should have been dust, stood a girl perhaps a year younger than his 9 years. Her dark hair was plastered to her skull, her clothes threadbare, but her eyes, wide and luminous even in the grey light, were fixed on the sky with an expression Kale would spend the next 15 years trying to name. Wonder, defiance, longing. The rain rose around her like a slow exhalation, and when their eyes met across that impossible space, Kale felt the ground shift beneath him in a way that had nothing to do with the Force. Her name was Sarah. The Celestial Order's sanctuary on Vidara was built of white stone and discipline. Its meditation halls open to the sky, its corridors were wide enough that footsteps echoed, its sleeping chambers simple enough to discourage any attachment to comfort. The children learned quickly. Emotion was not sin, but something to be observed, named, and released like breath into winter air. Kale and Sarah were paired from the beginning. Master Even claimed it was necessity. Their bond, forged in that moment of shared awakening, made separation counterproductive. Together they learned control. Apart, the Force churned around them like storm waters, unpredictable and raw. So they knelt side by side during meditation, their breathing falling into rhythm without conscious effort. They sparred in the eastern courtyard where the sun rose earliest, and Kale learned that Sarah moved like water, yielding, then suddenly decisive. She learned that he fought like stone, steady until the precise moment of necessary force. They were 12 when Sarah first questioned the doctrine of detachment. It was evening. They sat on the sanctuary's highest terrace, where the stars of Vidara blazed with such clarity that ancient navigators had named constellations after emotions they were forbidden to feel: the lover's leap, the mourner's veil, the heart's compass. "Do you remember your mother?" Sarah asked. Kale did, a voice singing in a language he'd lost, hands that smelled of bread and sunlight. "I'm supposed to release the memory," he said carefully. "But do you?" He looked at her. In the starlight, Sarah's face was half shadow, half silver. "Yes." "Then the doctrine is incomplete." She drew her knees to her chest, a gesture the masters would have gently corrected. "If love is attachment, and attachment leads to suffering, then suffering must be the natural consequence of being alive. To avoid it entirely is to avoid being. That's dangerous thinking. Is it wrong?" Kale had no answer. Below them, the grain fields rippled in the night wind, and somewhere in the darkness he heard the call of a night bird seeking its mate. "I don't know," he admitted. Sarah turned to him then, and the force between them tightened like a held breath. "Neither do I. But I'd rather question with you than be certain alone." It was not a declaration of love. The Order had taught them too well for such naked confession. But it was a pledge, and they both knew it. In the silence that followed, Kale felt the weight of something beginning. Not a fall, but a deliberate step toward an edge whose distance he could not measure. He should have pulled back. Instead, he shifted slightly closer until their shoulders nearly touched. "The heart's compass," Sarah whispered, pointing to a cluster of stars directly overhead. "Do you know the story? A lover who navigated by starlight to find their way home, and died in the attempt." "Yes." Do you think they regretted it? Kyle looked up at the ancient light. No. They were 17 when the galaxy began to fracture. The Clone Wars had ended years before. The Empire had risen and fallen, and in the chaos of reconstruction, 1,000 small conflicts bloomed like poisonous flowers. On Vidara, the Celestial Order maintained its studied neutrality, but refugees arrived weekly, families displaced by territorial disputes, Force sensitives fleeing persecution, children orphaned by violence that respected no borders. The High Conclave, led by Master Even, advocated for a doctrine of enforced peace. If the Order intervened with sufficient strength, they argued, conflicts could be suppressed before they metastasized. Balance through control. Suffering prevented rather than endured. Sarah stood in opposition. She had become a wayfarer, one of those who believed the Order's calling was to share in suffering, not eliminate it from a distance. She worked in the refugee camps, healing where she could, bearing witness where she could not. She returned each night exhausted, her robes stained with mud and blood, her eyes carrying shadows that no meditation could fully dispel. Kyle, who had risen to the rank of guardian, watched her return each evening with an ache that had no proper name in the Order's vocabulary. He told himself it was concern for a fellow practitioner. He told himself their bond was spiritual, not personal. He told himself many things that crumbled like ash the moment she met his eyes. "You're killing yourself," he said one night, finding her alone in the meditation garden. "I'm living," she corrected, not looking up from the small plant she was tending. A refugee child's attempt at a garden, struggling in Vidara's soil. "Sarah, don't." She stood, and in the moonlight he saw the tears she'd been holding back. "Don't tell me to detach. Don't tell me that suffering is inevitable so we shouldn't feel it. That child lost her entire family in a bombing. She can't stop having nightmares, and I won't. Tell her that her grief is an attachment she needs to release. The Masters would say you're taking on suffering that isn't yours to carry. And you?" Her voice was quiet, dangerous. "What do you say?" Kale stepped closer. They were near enough now that he could see the gold flecks in her brown eyes, could smell the soap she used and the faint mineral scent of Vidara's soil. The Force hummed between them, not in warning but in recognition. "I say that I feel everything you feel," he admitted. "That when you hurt, I hurt. That your suffering is mine whether I acknowledge it or not. And that terrifies me more than any doctrine." Sarah's breath caught. For a moment neither moved. Then, with a slowness that felt like falling, she raised one hand and placed it over his heart. "This," she whispered, "is not weakness." His hand covered hers. "Then what is it?" "Truth." They stood that way, palm to palm, heart to heart, as the moons of Vidara traced their ancient paths, overhead. It was not a kiss. It was not even an embrace. But it was a surrender more complete than either had ever allowed, and when they finally stepped apart, they both understood that something irrevocable had occurred. The next morning, Master Even summoned them separately. To Kyle, he said, "The Conclave has developed a solution to the galactic unrest. We need your support." To Sarah, he said, "The Wayfarers are being recalled. Your work in the camps is undermining the Order's unity." War was coming, not between armies but between philosophies, and they stood on opposite sides. The silencing field was the Conclave's masterwork, based on ancient Sith suppression technology, but refined through decades of celestial study. It could blanket an entire star system in a force-dampening field, strong enough to render all Force sensitives temporarily powerless. No violence, no conflict, just silence. The Conclave argued it was mercy. Deploy the field over war-torn systems and combatants would be forced to negotiate rather than fight. Force users who relied on their abilities for destruction would be neutralized. Peace through absence. The Wayfarers called it annihilation. You're talking about erasing part of what makes us alive, Sarah argued before the full assembly. The Force isn't a weapon we wield, it's the current we swim in. To silence it is to silence existence itself. Temporary silence, Master Eden corrected. To save lives. To control them. Is control not preferable to chaos? The debate raged for weeks. Kyle, standing with the Guardians, felt himself fragmenting. Every logical argument supported the conclave. Every instinct screamed with Sarah. They met in secret, in the archives where they'd studied as children. "Come with me," Sarah said. "The Wayfarers are leaving before the first field is deployed. We're establishing a sanctuary off-world, somewhere we can practice the Force freely. That's exile. It's survival. It's abandonment." Kyle's voice was harsh, but his hands were gentle as they framed her face. "If everyone who questions the order leaves, what remains? Who speaks for change?" "And if I stay," Sarah whispered, "what remains of me?" The question hung between them. Outside, the first transport of Wayfarers prepared for departure. Inside, two people who had never been allowed to love each other stood close enough to share breath. "I feel you," Kyle said, "across any distance, when you're afraid, when you're angry, when you wake from nightmares. The bond between us doesn't obey the doctrine of detachment. It never has." "Then why do you defend it?" "Because I'm terrified of what we've become without it." His forehead touched hers, a gesture of intimacy so profound in the Order's culture that it was reserved for death rites. What if they're right? What if attachment is the seed of tyranny? What if loving you makes me human? They both laughed, a sound close to breaking. "This is why I have to go," Sarah said. "Not because I'm giving up, but because I refuse to believe that love is corruption. And if I stay, if I watch them silence the Force in the name of peace, I will become the thing they fear. I will fight, I will fall, and I will take you with me." She kissed him then, once, softly, a benediction and a goodbye. When she pulled away, Kale tasted salt. Hers, his, indistinguishable. "If you're wrong," he said, "if detachment is the only path—" "Then I'll be wrong," Sarah interrupted. "But I'll be wrong while choosing love. Can you say the same about choosing duty?" She left before dawn. Kyle stood in the courtyard and felt her departure like a physical severing, the bond between them stretching and screaming but refusing to break. In the sky, the stars watched, indifferent and eternal. 3 years passed. The silencing fields were deployed across 7 systems. Conflicts ended. Order was established. The Celestial Order was lauded by the New Republic as a force for stability. Kyle became Master Even's successor. He authorized the 8th field, the 9th. Each activation required his specific force signature, a safeguard against misuse. And each time, he felt Sarah's horror ripple across the galaxy. Their bond had not diminished. If anything, distance had sharpened it. He knew when she healed the wounded. She knew when he meditated to escape doubt. They were entangled in a way that made a mockery of separation, living proof that attachment could survive any doctrine. The 10th field was different. The target system, Carolon, housed both a violent insurrection and a thriving, force-sensitive community. Healers, scholars, families who had lived in harmony with the Force for generations. The field would end the violence. It would also silence thousands who had never raised a hand in aggression. Kyle stood in the control chamber, his hand above the activation matrix, and could not move. The door opened. Sarah walked in. She was thinner, her face harder, but her eyes held the same luminous defiance he'd loved at 9 years old. "Don't," she said. "They'll destroy themselves without intervention. So let them choose." She moved closer, and the force between them ignited like oxygen meeting flame. You've activated 9 fields, Kael. How many conflicts have truly ended? How many have just paused, waiting for the silence to lift so they can resume killing each other? Some have found peace, imposed peace, which is just slow-motion tyranny. She was close enough to touch now. You know I'm right. You felt it every time. The doubt, the wrongness. I've also felt the alternative, his voice broke. The chaos, the suffering, the endless grinding violence that makes us who we are. Sarah's hand caught his. We're not meant to transcend suffering, Kael. We're meant to endure it, together. That's what the force is. Connection, not control. That's what love is. Love is forbidden. Love is inevitable. The field hummed, awaiting activation. Below them, Carillon turned, unaware that its fate hung on the will of 2 people who had spent their entire lives learning to want nothing. If I don't activate it, Kael said slowly, the Conclave will remove me. They'll find someone else, and you'll have come here for nothing. I didn't come here to stop the field. Sarah's other hand rose to his face, and he shuddered at the contact. I came here to ask you to choose, one more time, not between order and exile, between 2 versions of yourself. I don't understand. Yes, you do. She was crying now, and so was he. You can be the man who saves the galaxy by silencing it, or you can be the man who loves me. You can't be both. The doctrine is right about that much. Kael closed his eyes. In the darkness, he saw a girl in the rain, making water rise through sheer impossible will. He saw a young woman questioning beneath the stars. He saw every moment they'd been permitted to be close without being together, every touch, disguised as training, every confession wrapped in philosophy. He saw a life spent in service to an ideal that denied the one truth he'd never been able to release. When he opened his eyes, his hand was on the deactivation sequence. I choose you, he said. I have always chosen you. The chamber went dark. Alarms blared. Outside, the Conclave's enforcers would be coming. They had minutes at most. Sarah kissed him, and the restraint of 17 years shattered. It was not gentle. It was not the chaste connection the order might have permitted. It was mouths and hands and desperate urgency. The force spiralling around them in patterns of light that would have been beautiful if they'd had eyes for anything but each other. They made love against the deactivated console, in the heart of the machine that would have erased everything they were. And the force, the living current of existence they'd been taught to master, sang through them with a clarity that needed no doctrine. Here was attachment. Here was passion. Here was the thing the Order feared. And it was not corruption. It was completion. When the enforcers arrived, they found the chamber empty, the 10th field permanently disabled, and 2 figures fleeing into the night sky on a stolen transport. Kael had chosen, and in choosing, had finally become free. 7 years later, on a nameless moon at the edge of wild space, Kael knelt in meditation beneath unfamiliar stars. The sanctuary he and Sarah had built was smaller than the one on Vidara, but it hummed with life. Former wayfarers and reformed guardians, refugees and force sensitives of 100 traditions, all learning to practice in balance, without the architecture of forced detachment. Children laughed in the courtyard. Someone was singing in the garden. The smell of evening meals drifted from the common hall. Sarah was in the medical wing, tending to a family who'd arrived that morning, displaced by the collapse of the 12th silencing field. The Conclave's grand experiment was failing. Systems that had relied on imposed silence were discovering that peace could not be installed like technology. It had to be grown, slowly, painfully, through the messy work of relationship. The Order had not forgiven Kael for his betrayal, but they had stopped hunting him. Master Even, in his final message had written, "Perhaps you were right. Perhaps I taught you too well to think for yourself." Kyle felt Sarah approaching before he heard her footsteps. Their bond had deepened beyond anything the doctrine had warned against, until he could no longer distinguish where his consciousness ended and hers began. And yet he had not fallen. Neither of them had. They had simply learned to fly together. "The family is settled," Sarah said, sitting beside him. Her hair was threaded with silver now, her hands marked by years of healing work. She was more beautiful than the girl in the rain had been because she was entirely uncompromisingly herself. "Good," Cale said, taking her hand. They sat in silence, watching the stars. One of their students had named that cluster overhead the Wayfarer's Promise, after the belief that had sustained them through exile, that love could be both passionate and sustaining, that attachment need not lead to possession, that the force flowed most truly through connection. "Do you regret it?" Sarah asked. It was a ritual question now, asked and answered 1,000 times. "Never," Kyle said. "You?" "Not once." She leaned her head on his shoulder, and he wrapped an arm around her, and they breathed together as they had since they were children, 2 rhythms becoming one. In the distance, a transport descended, bringing more souls seeking a different path. Inside the sanctuary, someone struck up a song, and voices joined in harmony. The force moved through it all like wind through grain, invisible but undeniable. Kyle thought of Master Even's final question. What devotion costs when belief and love collide? The answer, he had learned, was not what they'd feared. The cost was not corruption or chaos or the loss of self. The cost was comfort, certainty, the illusion that truth could be found in doctrine alone. And what they'd gained, what they'd built together in the ruins of everything they'd been taught, was worth any price. "I love you," he said, because here, in this sanctuary of their making, such words were not confession but celebration. "I know," Sarah whispered, and in her voice was everything they'd survived. The separation, the doubt, the terrible choice that had unmade them both so they could become something truer. The stars wheeled overhead, ancient and indifferent, but beneath them, 2 people who had been taught to want nothing held each other and chose moment by moment to want everything. And the force, the living current of all existence, flowed through them in a pattern that had no name in any doctrine, but which anyone who had ever loved would recognize instantly. Here was attachment, here was passion, here was peace, not despite love, but because of it. The rain had fallen upward once, defying nature itself, and 2 children who had witnessed that impossible thing had spent their lives learning that the greatest impossibility was not the force, it was the belief that they could ever be anything but bound to each other. Beneath the same stars they held fast, and the universe, vast and terrible and beautiful, held them in return. If this is enough. The clock in Dr. Ramon's office ticks with the aggressive precision of something expensive. She watches the second hand complete another rotation, while her husband shifts beside her on the cream-coloured sofa, his hand resting on his knee, close enough to reach for hers but separate. "Let's try something different today," Dr. Ramon says, her pen poised above her yellow legal pad. "I'd like each of you to write a letter to the other, not to share aloud, just to write. Sometimes we discover what we mean by seeing it on the page. The assignment feels both absurd and dangerous. They've been married for 7 years. What could possibly need to be written that hasn't already been said in the careful architecture of their shared life?" But she takes the paper Dr. Rahman offers, and so does he. "Dear Michael, do you remember the library? Not ours, the one where we met. November, I think, or maybe early December. You were in the economics section, and I was supposed to be researching 18th century literature, but I'd gotten distracted by the way the afternoon light came through those tall windows. You looked up and our eyes met, and for just a moment I thought, but I didn't think anything. That's the truth. Or if I did, I thought, this is someone I could know. This is someone safe. She stops writing, looks up. Michael's pen moves steadily across his page, his brow furrowed in that familiar expression of concentration. She spent 7 years watching that face, learning its vocabulary of small tensions and releases. The scholarship that brought her to that campus had felt like a lifeline, a way out of a childhood spent making do, making less seem like enough. She'd learned early that gratitude was its own form of currency, that if you were careful and quiet and didn't ask for too much, people would let you stay. Michael had been careful too, she realises now, methodical in his affection, building their relationship like one of his economic models, variables controlled, outcomes predicted, risk minimised. 5 more minutes, Dr. Raman says gently. You proposed in that same library, do you remember? In the archives room where no one ever went. You said you'd been carrying the ring for 2 months, waiting for the perfect moment. But then you realised that we didn't need perfect. We needed real. I said yes immediately. I didn't hesitate. Why didn't I hesitate? She sets down her pen. That last line wasn't supposed to appear. She folds the paper quickly before Michael can see, before Dr. Rahman can ask her to share. Time, Dr. Rahman says. You can keep those, or share them later, if you choose. But I want you both to notice. How did it feel to write to each other rather than speak? Michael clears his throat. Easier, he says, and harder. She nods, still clutching her folded paper. That night, in their carefully curated bedroom, grey walls, white bedding, a single framed photograph from their honeymoon. In Montreal, she lies awake listening to Michael's breathing slow and deepen. The letter's in her purse downstairs in the kitchen where she left it. She should destroy it. Instead, she gets up quietly, goes downstairs in the dark and writes another. Dear Michael, what if careful isn't enough? What if all this time we've been so busy building something stable that we forgot to ask if it was what we actually wanted? I'm afraid that if I say this out loud, you'll think I'm ungrateful, or worse, that I'm someone who doesn't know how to be satisfied. My mother used to say that about women who left their marriages. She didn't know when she had it good. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. What if having it good isn't the same as having it right? What if I'm hungry for something I can't even name? She folds this letter too, puts it in the back of the drawer where she keeps old receipts and expired coupons and other small evidences of a life being lived within careful margins. Upstairs, Michael is still sleeping. She stands in the doorway and watches him. This good man, this kind man, this man who has never once raised his voice or forgotten an anniversary, or failed to notice when she's had a hard day. This man she married because he felt like safety. This man she's beginning to realise she's never fully desired. The thought stops her breath. She goes back downstairs, pulls out the letter, adds one more line. What if I told you that sometimes I dream about running? Not from you, never from you, just running, into something I can't see yet, something that might be waiting, if only I were brave enough to look. She puts the letter away and goes back to bed. Michael turns toward her in his sleep, his arm draping across her waist with the unconscious familiarity of 7 years of shared nights. She lies very still and thinks about the library, about that first moment, about how she told herself that what she felt wasn't disappointment but something more, mature, relief. Relief that she'd found someone who wouldn't ask her to be anything other than what she already was, someone who would never require her to run. The clock on the nightstand ticks through the dark hours. Outside, November rain begins to fall on their tidy neighbourhood with its tidy lawns and its tidy lives, and she lies there, awake and still, wondering if the problem with careful is that it never has to be brave. Dr. Raman assigns homework. Spend 30 minutes each day in conversation without solving anything. Just talk, she says. See what emerges when you're not trying to fix it. They choose evening walks. Their neighbourhood is designed for them. Young professionals with modest but growing ambitions. Trees planted at mathematically pleasing intervals. Sidewalks smooth enough for running strollers though they don't have children yet. Haven't decided if they want them. Or rather, haven't decided if they want the version of themselves that would have them. Tell me something I don't know, Michael says on the third walk. His hands are in his pockets. They're not holding hands these days, though neither has acknowledged the shift. She thinks for a long time. The air smells like chimney smoke and fallen leaves. Someone is cooking dinner. Garlic, butter, something rich. I'm not sure I know how to be happy, she says finally. He stops walking. What? I know how to be grateful. I know how to be satisfied. I know how to make a list of everything that's good and tell myself that's enough. But actual happiness, the kind where you're not checking to make sure it's still there, I don't know if I've ever felt that. Not sustained. Not without underneath it this feeling that it could all be taken away. Michael stands very still. A leaf falls between them. Because of your childhood, he says carefully, not a question. Maybe. Probably. Does it matter why? It matters because... He stops, starts again. Because I've spent 7 years trying to give you security. I thought that was what you needed. I thought if I could just be stable enough, present enough, if I could prove that I wasn't going anywhere, you thought you could fix me. I thought I could love you into feeling safe. She looks at him then, really looks, and sees something she's never allowed herself to see before. He's terrified too. Terrified that love might not be enough. Terrified that all his careful constancy might be insufficient. Michael, she says softly, what if neither of us can be fixed? They walk in silence after that. 3 more blocks, then home to the house they bought together, the mortgage they split exactly down the middle, the life they've architected with such meticulous fairness. In the kitchen, making tea, he says, Do you remember the night before our wedding? She nods. They'd stayed apart that night, observing tradition. She'd been at her mother's house, in her childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling and thinking about thresholds. I almost called you, he says. Around midnight. I wanted to, I don't know, make sure you were sure. Why didn't you? Because I was afraid you'd say you weren't. The kettle whistles. Neither moves to turn it off. And now, she asks, now I'm afraid you'll say you weren't. Past tense. That you made a mistake and you've been too kind to tell me. She turns off the burner, pours water over tea bags, watching the colour bloom and spread. I don't think I made a mistake, she says slowly. I think I made the safest choice I knew how to make. And I think maybe we both did. He takes his mug, wraps both hands around it though the ceramic is too hot. Is safe such a terrible thing to be? His voice is barely audible. No, but it might be a terrible thing to settle for. That night they lie in bed without touching. Not angry, not distant, just separate. She can feel the inches between them like a physical presence, a gap that contains all the words they don't know, how to say. Can I tell you something? Michael says into the dark. Yes. When we met, I was in love with someone else, a woman from my ethics seminar. She was... God, she was brilliant. Terrifying. She said whatever she thought and didn't apologise, and she wanted things loudly, demanded them. She was going to change the world, and she knew it. He pauses. She doesn't speak. And I was drawn to her like gravity, but I was also exhausted by her. Every conversation felt like a test I was failing. Every silence felt like an accusation. When she finally ended it, told me I was too careful, too timid, that I'd never actually take a risk, I was devastated and relieved. And then you met me, she says quietly. And then I met you. And you didn't require anything I couldn't give. You didn't push. You didn't demand. You just accepted. Me. Us. This. He turns toward her, though they still don't touch. I thought that was love, he says. The absence of fear. The presence of peace. What do you think it is now? I don't know anymore, but I think maybe love is supposed to ask something of you, supposed to require you to grow, and I think I chose you because you let me stay exactly who I was. The confession hangs in the air between them, not cruel, but devastating in its honesty. Why are you telling me this, she whispers. Because Dr. Rahman said to tell you something you don't know, and because if we're going to do this, actually do this, figure out if this marriage can be something more than safe, then I need you to know that I'm as afraid as you are. She reaches out then, not to comfort, but to confirm. Her hand finds his in the dark, palm to palm. His skin is warm, familiar. They lie like that for a long time, holding hands like teenagers, like people who don't yet know how to ask for more than this small connection. I've been writing letters, she says finally. Letters I don't send. To you. What do they say? Things I'm afraid to say out. Loud. Will you show me? I don't know. Maybe. Eventually. His thumb moves across her knuckles, a small gesture that contains multitudes. I want to read them, he says, even if they hurt, especially if they hurt. She thinks about the drawer downstairs, about the folded papers accumulating like small acts of sedition. Letters that say, what if this isn't enough? What if I need something I can't name? What if the life we've built is a beautiful prison and neither of us has the courage to ask for the key? Okay, she says, but not yet. I'm not ready yet. When you are. They fall asleep still holding hands, but in the morning she wakes alone. Michael is already up, already dressed, already performing the morning routine that shapes their days. Coffee made, newspaper skimmed, emails checked. When she comes downstairs, he kisses her forehead, a habit so ingrained neither of them remembers when it started, and asks if she slept well. Fine, she says, though she dreamed all night, of running. On their next walk, he asks her about desire. Not just, I don't mean sex, though that too, but what do you desire? If you could have anything, be anything, do anything. The question is so enormous she almost laughs. I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know how to want things. Not real things. Not things that might require me to be selfish or difficult or demanding. Try, he says. Just try. What if there were no consequences? What if you couldn't fail? What if I wasn't here to disappoint? They've stopped walking. They're standing under a streetlight that's flickering, some malfunction in its timing, so it keeps going dark and then bright again, dark and then bright. I want, she says slowly, testing each word, to feel necessary, not needed in the way that's about function, not about being useful or good or appropriate. I want to feel like my presence in the world makes some kind of essential difference, like I'm not just, she struggles for the word, interchangeable. The light flickers. In the darkness, she can barely see his face. You've never felt that? He asks. With me? I've felt cherished, protected, valued. She takes a breath. But not necessary. Not like if I disappeared, there would be a hole in the shape of me. More like I've been a good solution to the problem of your loneliness. It's the most honest thing she's ever said to him, and she braces for his anger, his hurt, his defence. Instead, he says, yes, I think that's fair. The light comes back on. They look at each other. I don't know how to love someone in the way you're describing, he says. I don't know if I'm capable of that kind of intensity, obsession, whatever you want to call it. I love through steadiness, through showing up, through being present and predictable. and I don't know if that will ever feel like enough to you." "I don't know either," she admits. They walk home in silence, but something has shifted. Not resolution, but recognition. That night she writes another letter. "Dear Michael, you asked what I desire. Here's the truth. I desire to be devoured. Not destroyed. Devoured. I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. I want to be looked at like I'm the answer to a question someone's been asking their whole life. I want to matter urgently, not just steadily. And I don't know if that's something you can give me. I don't know if it's something anyone can give anyone. Maybe it's something I have to give myself. But here's what I do know. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being grateful for a love that doesn't challenge me. I don't want to be comfortable. I want to be claimed. And I don't know if that makes me ungrateful or honest. But I'm tired of not knowing the difference." She folds the letter, adds it to the drawer. Upstairs, Michael is already asleep. She stands in the doorway watching him. This good man, this careful man, and feels a tenderness so acute it's almost grief, because she loves him, and she's beginning to understand that love might not be enough. The letter is discovered on a Wednesday. She doesn't remember leaving it out. Must have been careless, distracted, must have forgotten to put it back in the drawer with the others. Michael finds it in the morning while looking for a warranty receipt. Something mundane, something that doesn't matter now and will never matter again. She's upstairs when she hears the silence change quality, the particular stillness of someone absorbing a blow. When she comes down, he's sitting at the kitchen table, the letter unfolded between his hands. He's not reading it anymore, just staring at it, like it might rearrange itself into something less damaging. "Michael," she says, but her voice has no power. He looks up. His face is very pale. "How many are there?" She doesn't pretend to misunderstand. 8, maybe 9. "All like this?" "Some, not all. Some are kinda." He makes a sound that might be a laugh, but isn't. "Kinda. Jesus." He puts his head in his hands. "I'm not sure which would be worse, if you'd been planning to show them to me or if you never were." She sits down across from him. The morning light is coming through the kitchen window, illuminating the breakfast dishes neither of them has cleared, the coffee growing cold in their mugs. Evidence of an ordinary morning about to calcify into the morning everything changed. "I wasn't planning anything," she says. "I was just trying to figure out what I felt, what I wanted. And what you wanted was to be devoured." He picks up the letter, quotes from it without looking. "I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. That's what you wrote. 3 weeks ago, according to the date. Yes. Did you mean it?" She wants to lie, wants to soften it, explain it away, tell him it was just words, just a confused moment, just the aftermath of too much therapy. Instead, she says, "Yes, I meant it." He leaves for work without saying goodbye. She hears the door close, the car start, the sound of him driving away. She sits at the kitchen table for a long time, the letter still lying there, her handwriting looking strange and accusatory in the morning light. She reads it again, tries to find the lie in it, the exaggeration, the unfair thing that would let her take it back. But it's all true. Every word. She wants to be necessary. She wants to matter urgently. She wants to be more than a good solution to someone's loneliness. And she doesn't know if Michael can give her that. Worse, she doesn't know if she has the right to ask. He doesn't come home that night. Sends a text around 6. Staying at David's. Need time to think. She walks through their house, their carefully assembled life, and sees it differently now. The furniture they chose together at IKEA, assembling it on Saturday afternoons with patient domesticity. The paint colours they debated, settling always on the safest choice, the one that wouldn't offend or challenge. The bookshelves organised by subject, then alphabetically, Because Michael likes order and she likes the look of order even if she doesn't care about it intrinsically. Everything in this house is a compromise. Everything is reasonable. Nothing demands anything. She makes dinner for one, doesn't eat it. Pours a glass of wine, then a second. Sits on their sensible grey couch and stares at the wall. Around 9, the phone rings. It's Michael. "I read the others," he says without preamble. Her stomach drops. "How did you—" "The drawer under the warranties. I found them all. I've been at David's reading them." She closes her eyes. "Do you know what the worst part is?" His voice is very steady, very controlled. "Not that you're unhappy. I knew you were unhappy. Maybe not how much, but I knew. The worst part is that in 8 letters, you never once say that you love me. Michael, you say you respect me. You say you're grateful. You say I'm a good man, a kind man, a safe man. But you never say you love me. Did you notice that?" She hadn't. But now that he's said it, she can't unsay it. "I do love you," she whispers. "Do you? Or do you just appreciate me? Because those aren't the same thing, and I think we've been pretending they are for 7 years." She can't answer. "I need to ask you something," he says, "and I need you to be honest. Is there someone else?" "No. God, no. There's never been anyone else." "I don't mean physically. I mean in your head. In these letters. Are you writing to me, or are you writing to someone you wish I was?" The question lands like a blade. "I don't know," she says. The line is quiet for a long time. "I'll be at David's for a while," he says finally. "A week. Maybe more. You can stay in the house. It's half yours anyway. But I need—" His voice cracks. "I need time to figure out if I'm mourning something I never actually had. Michael, I loved you," he says. Past tense. I'm not sure I can say it in the present anymore. Not until I know if the person I loved actually exists. He hangs up before she can respond. She doesn't sleep. She lies in their bed, her bed now, temporarily, maybe permanently, and stares at the ceiling and thinks about all the ways she's been cruel without meaning to be. Because he's right. She never said she loved him. Not in the letters. Not in the raw, unguarded place where she was trying to be honest. She said she wanted to be devoured. She said she was hungry. She said she felt like she was living in a beautiful prison. But she never said, "I love you." And that's what makes this so hard. Around 3 in the morning she gets up and writes another letter. But this one she doesn't fold and hide. This one she leaves on his pillow, where he'll find it if he comes home. When he comes home. If. "Dear Michael, you're right. I never said I loved you. I don't know why. Maybe because I was so busy trying to explain what was wrong that I forgot to name what was right. But here it is. I love you. I have always loved you. Even when I was writing those other letters, even when I was imagining running, even when I was cruel enough to call what we have a compromise. I love your steadiness. I love the way you fold laundry with the same careful attention you give to everything. I love that you've never once made me feel stupid or small. I love that you remember things. My mother's birthday, the name of my childhood dog, how I like my coffee. I love that you chose me, that you keep choosing me, even though I'm making it so hard. But here's the thing. I don't know if love is enough. And I'm terrified that saying that out loud makes me sound like a romantic child who thinks passion is more important than commitment. I don't think that. I know that what we have is rare and precious, and so many people never find even this much peace. But I'm also terrified that if I settle for peace, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what I gave up to get it. You asked if there's someone else. There isn't. But maybe there's a version of myself I never became, and I can feel her watching me, asking why I chose safety over courage. I don't know how to reconcile these things. I don't know how to be both grateful and hungry, how to love you and still feel like I'm dying of thirst. All I know is that I'm sorry. For the hurt, for the confusion, for not being clear enough or brave enough to say this before I wrote it in letters I never meant for you to see. I love you, and I don't know if that's enough for either of us anymore. She leaves the letter and goes downstairs, makes coffee in the pre-dawn dark, watches the streetlights blink off as morning comes. Her phone buzzes. A text from Michael. I'm coming home tomorrow, not to decide anything, just to talk, okay? She types back, okay. Then she goes outside and sits on the front steps in her pyjamas and waits for the sun to rise on whatever comes next. Michael comes home on a Friday evening. She's made dinner. Nothing elaborate, just pasta and salad. The kind of meal they've shared 1,000 times. But her hands shake as she sets the table, and she has to try 3 times to open the wine. He looks tired when he walks in. Thinner maybe, or just worn. He puts his bag down by the door and stands there, neither of them sure of the protocol for this moment. Hi, she says. Hi. They sit at the kitchen table, the food between them like a neutral territory. For a while they just eat, or pretend to. She pushes pasta around her plate. He takes small, methodical bites, the way he does everything. Finally he sets down his fork. I read your last letter, he says. The one you left on the pillow. She nods. You said you don't know if love is enough, and I've been thinking about that all week. What does enough even mean? Enough for what? To stay married? To be happy? To justify the investment of 7 years? I don't know. I don't either, but I think... He stops, starts again. I think maybe we've been asking the wrong question. Maybe it's not whether love is enough. Maybe it's whether we're willing to let it be enough, even when it's not perfect, even when we're hungry for things we can't name. She feels something crack open in her chest. Michael, Wait, let me finish. He reaches across the table, takes her hand. His palm is warm, solid. I've spent this week being angry, hurt, feeling betrayed, even though I know that's not entirely fair. But underneath all that, there's this other feeling I keep trying to ignore. What feeling? Relief. She stares at him. Relief that it's finally on the table, that we're not pretending anymore, that we can stop being so fucking careful with each other and just... He makes a helpless gesture. Be honest, even if honesty hurts, especially if it hurts. Are you saying you want to stay married? Her voice is barely audible. I'm saying I want to know who we are when we're not being careful, when we're not trying, to be the people we think we should be. I want to know what happens if we actually risk something. Risk what? He squeezes her hand. Risk this. Risk us. Risk the possibility that if we tell the whole truth, we might not survive it. They don't make love that night, but they talk. They talk until midnight, then until 2, then until the sky starts to lighten. They talk about the thesis advisor she had a crush on in grad school, the one who made her feel visible in a way Michael never has. About the woman from his ethics seminar, the one he mentioned before, and how he still sometimes wonders what his life would have looked like if he'd been brave enough to keep her. They talk about desire, not the safe, comfortable desire of 7 years together, but the dangerous kind. The kind that asks you to change, to risk, to surrender. Do you know what I'm afraid of? She asks as the sun comes up. They're on the couch now, sitting at opposite ends, facing each other. Tell me. I'm afraid that if I admit how much I want, I'll be unlovable, that I'll be too much, that you'll look at me and see someone greedy and demanding and you'll realise you made a mistake. And do you know what I'm afraid of? He leans forward. I'm afraid that I'm not capable of the kind of love you need, that I'll try and still fall short and you'll leave anyway, and I'll have proven that I was never enough to begin with. They look at each other across the coffee table, across 7 years, across the careful architecture they've built and are now dismantling brick by brick. What if, she says slowly, we stopped trying to be enough? What if we just tried to be honest? How? I don't know. But maybe we start by admitting what we actually want. Not what we think we should want, not what's reasonable or fair or safe, just what we want. Michael nods slowly. Okay, you first. She takes a breath. I want you to need me. Not in the calm, grateful way you need a good partner. I want you to need me desperately. I want to matter to you in a way that scares you. I want... She's crying now, can't help it. I want to feel essential. He moves across the couch, pulls her into his arms. She can feel his heart beating against her cheek. Okay, he says. Okay, my turn. She waits. I want to let go, he says quietly. I want to stop being so controlled. I want to... God, I want to be able to want you without worrying about whether I'm doing it right, whether I'm enough. I want to be selfish. I want to take. And I've never let myself do that because I was so afraid that if I did, you'd see how desperate I actually am. She pulls back, looks at him. Desperate. For you. For this. For the feeling that I'm not just maintaining a system, keeping a marriage running smoothly. I want... His voice breaks. I want to lose control with you, and I don't know how. Something shifts in the air between them. A door opening, a possibility emerging. Show me, she whispers. He kisses her. It's not like their usual kisses, not the polite, affectionate kisses they exchange in greeting and parting. This is raw, urgent. His hands in her hair, pulling her closer, almost rough in his need. Her hands grip his shoulders, nails pressing through the fabric of his shirt, holding on like she might fall. They break apart, breathless. His eyes are dark, pupils wide, and she can see 7 years of restraint beginning to crack. Upstairs, she says, her voice hoarse. No. His hand finds the small of her back, pulls her flush against him. Here, now, I'm done waiting. The words send heat flooding through her. She's never heard this tone in his voice, command mixed with desperation, control slipping into pure need. He kisses her again, deeper this time, his mouth claiming hers with an intensity that makes her knees weaken. His tongue traces her lower lip before delving deeper, tasting her, and she responds with equal hunger, her hands moving to the buttons of his shirt. Wait, he breathes against her mouth. He takes both her wrists in one hand, gentle but firm, holding them still. I said I wanted to take. Let me. The words, the touch, the way he's looking at her, like she's water and he's been crossing a desert. It's everything she wrote about in those hidden letters. Everything she was afraid to ask for. Yes, she whispers. Yes. He releases her wrists only to frame her face with both hands, kissing her with a thoroughness that makes her dizzy. His thumbs trace her cheekbones, tender even in his urgency, and when he finally pulls back, they're both breathing hard. I need to see you, he says. All of you. Not just your body. I want to see everything you've been hiding. She understands what he means. She stands, and with trembling fingers begins to unbutton her blouse. Not seductively. She's never been good at that kind of performance. But honestly, each button revealing more skin, more vulnerability until the fabric slides from her shoulders. Michael's breath catches audibly. In 7 years he's seen her countless times, but never like this. Never with her standing before him in the grey morning light, chin lifted, eyes meeting his, offering herself not out of duty or routine, but out of genuine desire. I'm hungry, she says, her voice steady despite her racing heart. I'm so hungry, Michael, for something I don't even know how to name, and I'm afraid that hunger makes me ungrateful, makes me broken. You're not broken. He stands, crosses to her, and the way he moves, purposeful, predatory, makes her pulse quicken. He traces the line of her collarbone with his fingertips, feather-light, and she shivers. You're just alive, and so beautiful it hurts to look at you. His hands slide down her arms, across her ribs, learning her body as if for the first time. When his palms find her, his touch gentle but possessive, she gasps. "Are you?" she manages to ask. "Are you alive with me?" Instead of answering, he lowers his head, his mouth finding the curve of her neck, the hollow of her throat. Each kiss is a brand, a claim, and she arches into him, her hands tangling in his hair. "Michael," she gasps, "please." "Please what?" He looks up at her, and there's something in his eyes she's never seen before. Power, possession, pure satisfaction at her need. "Tell me what you want." "You. I want you. Not the careful version. I want..." She struggles for the words, her mind hazy with desire. "I want you to be ruthless with me. I want you to take. I want to feel necessary." Something breaks in his expression, the last restraint shattering. "You are necessary," he says, his voice rough. "You're so necessary I can't breathe without you." She stands before him, vulnerable in ways that have nothing to do with clothing, everything to do with honesty. The asymmetry should frighten her. It does frighten her, but it's exactly what she needs, to be exposed while he remains in control, to surrender without safety. His hands bracket her hips, thumbs tracing gentle circles. "Is that enough?" he asks. "Is that what you need?" "Yes," she gasps. "Yes, but don't stop. Don't be gentle. I don't want gentle." "Good." He pulls her against him. "Because I don't think I can be gentle right now." He kisses her again, one hand tangling in her hair, tilting her head back to give him access to her throat. He kisses down the column of her neck, and when his teeth graze the sensitive skin where neck meets shoulder, she cries out. "Too much," he murmurs against her skin. "Not enough," she breathes. "More." He lifts her. She weighs nothing to him in this moment, and carries her the 3 steps to the couch. Lays her down on the cushions. The morning light through the windows paints her skin gold, illuminates every curve. "God," he says, 7 years. 7 years, and I never let myself just look at you like this." "Look at me now," she says. "See me now." He does. His gaze travels the length of her body, and she fights the instinct to cover herself, to hide. Instead, she opens to him. Arms, heart, everything. An invitation. A claim. His hand traces a path from her ankle to her inner thigh, his touch light but deliberate. "Tell me," he says. "Tell me what you need." "Touch me," she whispers. "Touch me like you own me." "I do own you." His fingers move higher. "Just like you own me. We've always belonged to each other. I've just been too afraid to act like it." His touch is revelation. He explores with patience that's almost cruel, learning every response, every gasp, every shiver. She's beyond words now, lost in sensation, in the building heat, in the way he's claiming her with hands and mouth and breath. "You're so responsive," he murmurs, watching her face. "So beautiful like this. I want to memorize every sound you make." When his mouth follows where his hands have been, she cries out his name. The sensation is overwhelming, heat and pressure and pleasure building like a storm. She's never felt so exposed, so claimed, so thoroughly possessed. "Michael," she gasps, "I can't..." "Yes, you can." He doesn't stop. "Let go. I want to feel you come apart for me." And she does. The climax crashes through her like a wave, powerful and consuming, making her back arch and her hands fist in his hair. He works her through it, gentling as she becomes sensitive, pressing soft kisses as she trembles and gasps. When she finally opens her eyes, he's watching her with an expression of such naked desire that it steals her breath all over again. "Come here," she says, reaching for him. He stands and she watches as he removes his own barriers. She's always known he was beautiful, but she's never allowed herself to really look, to really appreciate the lines of his body, the strength in his frame. When he returns to her, skin to skin, the contact is electric. They fit together perfectly. They always have. But this time there's no hesitation, no careful choreography. Just need and heat and 7 years of restraint finally breaking. "Look at me," he says as they join. "I want to see your eyes." She meets his gaze, and the connection, physical, emotional, spiritual, is almost more than she can bear. For a moment, neither of them moves. They just breathe together, complete. Then he begins to move, and thought becomes impossible. It's not gentle. She asked for ruthless, and he gives it to her, each movement deep and purposeful, making her gasp. His hands grip her hips, holding her, grounding her even as he sends her flying. "Is this what you wanted?" he asks, his voice rough. "Is this how you needed it?" "Yes," she cries out. "Yes, don't stop. Never." He leans down, captures her mouth in a fierce kiss. "I'm never stopping. You're mine. Say it." "I'm yours," she gasps against his lips. "I'm yours." The rhythm builds, urgent and relentless. She wraps her legs around him, takes him deeper, meets him movement for movement. The couch creaks beneath them. The morning light strengthens. Somewhere outside their neighbourhood is waking, but here in this room there's nothing ordinary, nothing careful, nothing held back. "I'm close," she gasps. "Michael, wait for me." His rhythm becomes erratic, control fraying. "Surrender with me." She holds back barely, her whole body tensing. Then he shifts angle and she shatters, crying out as waves of pleasure crash through her. She feels the moment he follows, the way he shudders, the way he groans her name, the way he collapses against her, trembling. They lie tangled together, hearts racing, skin damp with exertion. She can feel the occasional aftershock ripple through both of them. "That was," he starts. "I know. We've never. I know." He lifts his head, looks at her, and his eyes are bright with emotion. "I love you. God, I love you so much." "I love you too." She touches his face, traces the line of his jaw. "I didn't know it could be like that. Between us. I didn't know we could." "Neither did I." He kisses her softly. "But I want it to be like that. Always. No more holding back. No more being careful. Promise. I promise. I'm going to need you like this every day. I'm going to make you feel essential every time I touch you." She pulls him down for another kiss, deeper this time, already feeling desire stirring again despite her exhaustion. "Upstairs," she murmurs against his mouth. "Take me to bed. We have years of careful to make up for." He lifts her, she wraps around him, and carries her toward the stairs. They leave evidence scattered in the living room, passion finally unleashed, restraint finally abandoned. At the top of the stairs, he presses her against the wall, kisses her breathless, and she can feel his desire building again. "I can't get enough of you," he says. "Good," she replies. "Don't." They make it to the bedroom. They have all day. They have the rest of their lives. And for the first time in 7 years, she doesn't feel like she's dying of thirst. She feels claimed, desired, essential. She feels enough. They burn the letters on a Saturday morning in early December, almost exactly 7 years after they met. They do it in the fireplace, standing together, taking turns feeding the pages to the flames. 8 letters, 9 letters. She's lost count. Each one a confession, an accusation, a map of the territory between who they were and who they're becoming. "Do you want to read them first?" she asks. "There are a few you haven't seen." He considers, then shakes his head. "No, I know what they say, or enough of what they say. I think maybe they've done their work." So they burn them. The paper catches quickly, curling at the edges, the ink disappearing into ash. She watches her own handwriting consumed and feels lighter. Feels like she's releasing something she's been carrying for too long. When the last letter is burning, Michael puts his arm around her waist, pulls her against him. "Are you sad?" he asks. "A little, but mostly relieved." "Me too." They watch the flames until there's nothing left but embers, and then they go to the kitchen and make breakfast together. Eggs, toast, coffee, the ordinary rituals of a Saturday morning, but different now, easier. "I have something for you," she says after they've eaten, after the dishes are washed and put away. She hands him an envelope, her name on it, his name below it, a stamp already affixed. What is this? A letter, the last one I think, or the first new one, I'm not sure which. Should I read it now? If you want. He opens it carefully, unfolds the single page. She watches his face as he reads, sees the moment when his eyes brighten, when his mouth softens. When he's done, he looks at her. "I choose you," he reads aloud. "Not because you're safe, not because you're stable, not because you're the best option or the most practical choice. I choose you because you're willing to be scared with me, because you're willing to admit you don't have the answers, because you kiss me like you're claiming me and touch me like I matter urgently and need me in a way that gives me permission to need you back." He folds the letter, puts it in his pocket. "Is that true?" he asks. "Every word. And if it gets hard again, when we forget, when we fall back into being careful, then we remind each other, we write more letters, we tell the truth, we ask for what we want." He nods slowly. "And you'll stay? I'm not going anywhere, are you?" "No." He pulls her close, kisses the top of her head. "I'm right where I want to be." They decide to take a trip. Not a grand vacation, neither of them has time for that, but a weekend away. Somewhere they've never been. Somewhere new. They choose a cabin in the mountains, 3 hours north, where December snow is already falling. They arrive at dusk, the sky purple and pink, the trees heavy with white. "It's beautiful," she says, standing on the porch while Michael brings in their bags. "Come inside," he calls. "It's freezing out there." But she stays a moment longer, breathing cold air, feeling alive in her skin in a way she hasn't in years. Then she goes inside, where Michael has already started a fire, where wine is being opened, where a weekend of honesty and hunger and choosing each other is just beginning. That night, after they've made love, not carefully, not quietly, but with the urgent need that's become their new language, she lies in his arms and asks, "Do you think we would have made it? If I hadn't written those letters, if you hadn't found them?" "I don't know," he says honestly. "Maybe. Or maybe we would have just continued, been fine, been comfortable. Would that have been enough? For me? Maybe. I'm good at accepting things, at making do." He pauses. "But not for you. And eventually your hunger would have eaten through everything. I'd rather have this. Risk and truth and actually feeling things than slow suffocation disguised as peace." She turns to look at him. "When did you get so wise?" "When I got so scared I had no choice." They fall asleep like that, skin to skin, honest and whole. The weekend passes in a blur of snow and firelight, long conversations and longer silences, the kind where you can just be present without having to perform being together. On Sunday morning, he wakes early and finds her standing at the window, watching the snowfall. "What are you thinking?" he asks, coming to stand behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "That I'm happy," she says, "and that it scares me, because I keep waiting for something to ruin it, keep waiting to wake up and find out it was temporary." "It might be," he says. "Not the love. I don't think that's temporary, but the ease, the feeling that we've figured it out, that might not last." "So what do? We don't wait for it to get hard again. We don't brace for impact. We just stay here, in this moment, in this happiness." And when it gets hard, because it will, we remember that we did this once. We found our way back. We can do it again. She leans back against him, feels his warmth, his solidity, his presence. I choose you, she says. I want you to know that. I choose you. I know, he says. I can feel it. They drive home through snow that's still falling. The road's slick and slow. Neither of them minds. They're not in a hurry. When they pull into their driveway, their house looks different. Or maybe they're different, and the house just looks like itself. A place they've chosen, a life they're building, a commitment they're honouring not out of obligation but out of desire. Inside, there's a letter waiting for her on the kitchen table, from him. "When did you write this?" she asks, holding the envelope. "Last night, after you fell asleep." She opens it. "Dear love, I'm watching you sleep, and I'm thinking about thresholds. The one we crossed 7 years ago when we got married. The one we crossed when I found your letters. The one we're crossing now into whatever comes next. You asked me once if love is enough. I told you I didn't know, but I think I do now. Love isn't enough if you're asking it to be a shield. If you're asking it to protect you from hunger, from fear, from the terror of wanting something you might not get. But love is enough if you're asking it to be a foundation, if you're asking it to be the place you return to after you've been brave, after you've risked, after you've admitted what you actually want. I want you, not the version of you who's grateful and patient and accommodating. I want the version who's hungry, who admits she's thirsty, who demands to be devoured. And I want to be the man who does the devouring, not carefully, not apologetically, but completely. So here's my promise. I will need you. I will claim you. I will remind you every day that you're essential. And if we forget, when we forget, we'll write more letters. We'll tell the truth. We'll choose each other again. Because that's what love is, I think. Not a feeling that arrives and stays, but a choice we make over and over, a threshold we cross again and again. I choose you. I will always choose you. She reads it twice, then sets it down and goes to find him. He's in the living room, standing by the window looking out at their snow-covered street. "Thank you," she says. He turns. "For what?" "For being willing to be scared with me," he smiles. "Thank you for making it worth it." She goes to him, and he wraps his arms around her, and they stand there as evening falls, as their life together continues, as the future they're building moment by moment unfolds, and she thinks, yes, this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. The end. "4 days in Cedar Hollow. The landslide came at dawn, a wet thunder that severed Cedar Hollow from the county road and took the power lines with it. Anna Collier heard it from her bedroom window, the groaning earth, the crack of pine, and knew before the lights flickered that the world had contracted to the size of the valley. By afternoon, the library had become what it always became in crisis, a gathering place. She lit oil lamps in the reading room and set the camp stove on the reference desk, boiling water for instant coffee that tasted like memory and ash. The regulars came first. Mrs. Havering with her knitting, Tom Wilson with his portable radio, then the stranded travellers, then the curious, and then him. He appeared in the doorway near closing, rain streaming from his jacket, a duffel bag hanging from one shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology seemed to encompass more than his wet boots on her floor. "I was told someone here might have a room." Anna looked at him properly then. 40 perhaps. Lean in the way of men who work with their hands. Dark hair, silvered at the temples, eyes the colour of creek stones. "You're the engineer," she said, "from the county." "James Hale." He extended a hand, then withdrew it, seeing the rain dripping from his sleeve. "I was inspecting the culvert when the slide hit. My truck's on the other side." She should have felt imposed upon. The library had a small apartment upstairs, her refuge when her marriage felt too quiet. But it was hers, private, separate from the persona she maintained among the stacks. Instead, she felt something else, a quickening. "I have space," she said, "but you'll have to tolerate books." His smile was brief, transformative. "I think I can manage." That first night they were strangers observing proprieties. She showed him the narrow room, the shared bathroom, the kitchenette with its 2-burner stove. He thanked her with the careful courtesy of someone aware, of imposing. They ate soup heated over the camp stove, speaking of practical things, the roads, the weather, the likelihood of power restoration. But beneath the mundane exchange, Anna felt herself observed. Not in the way her husband observed her, cataloguing tasks, noting efficiencies, but with genuine curiosity. James asked about the library's collection, its history, her work. He listened to her answers as though they mattered. When she asked about his own life, he deflected gently. "Infrastructure," he said with a self-deprecating shrug. "Bridges, drainage, things people only notice when they fail." "But you notice them always," she said. He met her eyes then, and something passed between them. Recognition, perhaps, of kindred loneliness. "Yes," he said quietly. "I suppose I do." Later, alone in her room, Anna lay awake listening to the drum of rain on tin. She thought of her husband, David, in their house across town. He would be fine without her. He was always fine. There, marriage had become a series of parallel routines, affectionate but separate, like neighbouring gardens that never quite touched. She thought of the stranger sleeping one wall away, and felt a dangerous heat bloom in her chest. The second day brought sleet and necessity. Without power, the library's heating system was useless. James suggested combining their efforts, closing off the upper rooms, concentrating warmth in the reading room below. They worked together in companionable silence, hanging blankets over doorways, arranging chairs near the wood stove someone had donated decades ago. "Tell me about the books," he said, running his hand along a shelf of leather spines. "What do you love most?" Anna considered this. "The ones where people say true things," she said finally, "even when the truth is difficult." He pulled down a volume, Gaskell, she noted, and opened it at random. "I wanted to see the place where Margaret grew to what she is, even at the worst time of all, when I had no hope of ever calling her mine." He looked at her, like this. "Yes." Her voice came out softer than intended, like that. They fell into a rhythm over the following hours. She catalogued water damage while he repaired what he could, tightening hinges, resealing a window frame, fixing the temperamental lock on the front door. Between tasks they talked, not the polite conversation of strangers, but the careful excavation of deeper truths. He told her about his marriage. "Sarah's brilliant," he said, admiring and sad. "We built a good life, but somewhere along the way we forgot to build it together. Now we're just efficient." Anna understood. "David and I are kind to each other," she offered. "But kindness isn't the same as seeing. I could disappear and he'd mourn the disruption more than the loss." "I doubt that's true. Don't you?" She met his gaze. "When's the last time your wife asked what you were thinking rather than what you were doing?" His silence was answer. "Enough." That evening they prepared dinner together, pasta and canned sauce luxurious in the candlelit dimness. Anna found a dusty bottle of wine in the library's storage closet, left over from some long-ago fundraiser, and they drank from mismatched mugs, talking about first loves and lost dreams and the slow accretion of compromise that defined middle age. "I used to write," Anna confessed. "Stories, poetry, nothing published, but it mattered to me." "Why did you stop?" "Life, marriage. The library needed me more than my notebooks did." She paused. "That's not quite true. I stopped because no one asked to read them. After a while, silence becomes its own answer." James set down his mug. "I'd like to read them, if you'd let me." The offer was simple, but it pierced something in her chest. When had anyone last wanted to know her that way? Not as wife, librarian, reliable presence, but as herself. "They're in storage," she said, not quite ready for that vulnerability. "But thank you for asking." Later, washing dishes side by side, their hands collided in the soapy water. They both froze. Anna felt the heat of his palm against hers, the calluses earned through labour, the gentleness of his grip. Neither moved to break the contact. "Anna," he said quietly. A warning or an invitation? She couldn't tell. She stepped back, heart hammering. "I should check the stove," she managed, fleeing to the reading room where the fire burned too hot and her face burned hotter still. News came on the third morning via Tom Wilson's radio. Power crews had reached the valley's edge. Roads would open within 48 hours, perhaps sooner. Anna should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt the walls closing in. James stood at the window, watching sleet become rain. "I should be glad," he said. "I have work waiting. Sarah's probably worried." "Have you called her?" "No signal, and—" He turned to face her. "I'm not sure what I'd say." The confession hung between them, dangerous and electric. Anna knew she should deflect, return to safe territory, preserve the careful distance they'd maintained. Instead, she asked, "What would you want to say? That I've been happier these 3 days than I've been in years? That talking with you feels like remembering who I used to be? That I keep imagining—" He stopped himself. "I'm sorry. That's unfair to you." "Imagining what?" "Staying." The word fell like a stone. "Not going back. Building something different. With you." Anna's breath caught. The fantasy he'd articulated was her own, rendered sudden and real, and terrifying. "You don't mean that," she said, backing away. We're just..." "What? Lonely? Bored? Taking advantage of proximity?" His voice was gentle but unyielding. "I know what I feel, Anna. I've felt it since you handed me that first cup of terrible coffee." "Stop." The word came out sharp. "You can't say these things. We're married. We have lives. Lives we've been performing rather than living. That doesn't give us the right. I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about truth." She turned away, gripping the back of a chair. "The truth is that feeling something doesn't make it permissible. Marriages are built on more than attraction." "I'm not talking about attraction." He moved closer but didn't touch her. "I'm talking about recognition, about finding someone who sees you clearly and doesn't look away." The ache in his voice nearly undid her, because he was right. In 3 days, James Hale had seen her more completely than David had in 15 years, but that recognition came with a price she wasn't sure she could pay. "I need you to leave me alone," she whispered. "Please." To his credit, he did. He retreated to the upstairs room, and she heard the floor creak as he paced. She sank into a chair, trembling. What frightened her most wasn't his confession. It was how desperately she wanted to say yes. They avoided each other for the rest of the day. Anna threw herself into unnecessary tasks, reorganizing the fiction section, scrubbing floors that didn't need scrubbing. James stayed upstairs, and she heard the sound of hammering as he repaired things that had gone unbroken. By evening, the silence had grown unbearable. She climbed the stairs and found him in the small study, replacing a cracked window pane. "You don't have to do that," she said. "I know." He didn't look at her. "But I need to be useful. It's what I know." "James, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have put that on you." "You didn't say anything I haven't thought." That made him look up. The longing in his eyes was naked, undefended. "Then what are we doing, Anna? Why are we pretending this isn't real?" "Because real doesn't mean right." But even as she said it, she moved closer. "Because we've made promises to people who stopped choosing us years ago. That doesn't absolve us." No, he agreed. It doesn't. But it doesn't make this less true either. They stood a foot apart, the air between them charged. Anna knew she should leave, should retreat to safety, to the familiar contours of denial. Instead, she stayed. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. "Nothing you're not willing to give. But Anna," his voice roughened, "if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to kiss you." Her heart hammered. "I know." Neither moved. The moment stretched, taut as wire. Then the window pane he'd been holding slipped from his fingers and shattered. They both jumped back, the spell broken. James cursed. Anna laughed. A shaky, half-hysterical sound. And suddenly the tension transformed into something else. Not safety, but reprieve. "I should clean this up," he said. "I'll get the broom." But as she turned to leave, his hand caught her wrist. Gentle, questioning. "Tomorrow," he said, "when the road's open. I'll leave. But tonight, can we just be honest? No pretending, no performing. Just us." She should have said no, should have protected them both, from the precipice they were approaching. Instead, she nodded. "Just tonight," she whispered. It was a promise and a lie, and they both knew it. The fourth night arrived with a silence that felt sacramental. Rain had stopped. The world outside held its breath. They sat in the reading room, candles burning low, speaking the truths they'd been circling. He told her about the morning he'd woken next to Sarah, and realised he felt nothing. Not anger or resentment, just absence. She described the evening David had cancelled their anniversary dinner for a departmental meeting, and she'd felt relief rather than hurt. "When did we become people who settle?" Anna asked. "When it seemed easier than fighting for something more." "Is that what this is? Fighting?" James was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "This is remembering what fighting for looks like." She rose and moved to the window, watching moonlight silver the wet street. He followed, standing close enough that she could feel his warmth. "I'm afraid," she admitted. "Of what?" "That tomorrow you'll leave and this will have been a beautiful lie. That I'll have risked everything for a moment. And if it's more than a moment?" She turned to face him. "How can it be? We live different lives. We have commitments. Even if we wanted." "I want." The words were raw. "Anna, I want so much it terrifies me. But I won't lie to you about what's possible. I can't offer you a future. I can barely offer you tonight." "Then why?" "Because some truths matter even when they're temporary. Because I'd rather have one honest night with you than a lifetime of pleasant pretending." Her eyes burned. "That's not fair." "No," he agreed. "But it's true." He stood in the candlelight, the weight of impossible choices pressing down. Anna thought of David, of the life they'd built. Comfortable, predictable, kind. She thought of the woman she'd become in that life. Competent, contained, fundamentally unseen. And then she stopped thinking. She reached up and touched James's face. His breath caught. For a heartbeat, neither moved. "Anna, don't." Her thumb traced his cheekbone. "Don't ask me if I'm sure. Don't give me reasons to stop. Just..." He kissed her. It was nothing like she'd imagined. Gentle at first, almost tentative, as though they were both afraid of shattering something precious. Then deeper, hungry, years of loneliness finding voice in the press of lips and the tangle of breath. When they broke apart, both were trembling. "We can't," she whispered against his mouth. "I know. This is... I know." But neither pulled away. Instead, Anna took his hand and led him upstairs to the small room where, in the candlelight, they undressed each other slowly, not with the practiced efficiency of long marriage, but with reverence and discovery. Each button, each whisper of fabric felt ceremonial. James's hands trembled as he traced the curve of her shoulder. "You're beautiful. I'm 43 and..." Ordinary. You're neither. He kissed the hollow of her neck. You're extraordinary. You always have been. Anna had forgotten what it felt like to be seen this way, not as function or convenience, but as desire itself. When James lowered her to the bed, his body covering hers, she felt a decade of numbness crack open. Their lovemaking was slow and deliberate. He learned her by touch, the places that made her gasp, the rhythm that made her arch into him. She discovered him in turn, the scar on his ribs, the catch in his breath when she kissed his collarbone, the way he whispered her name like a prayer. There was no pretense between them. When she asked him to slow down, he did. When he asked if something felt good, she answered honestly. They negotiated pleasure with the same care they'd negotiated conversation. Each moment a choice, each touch a question answered with trust. "Look at me," he said when she closed her eyes. "Anna, look at me." She did, and saw herself reflected in his gaze, wanted, known, real. When release came, it came for both of them together, a cresting wave that left them gasping and intertwined. Anna's face pressed to James's shoulder, his hand cradling her head. Afterward they lay in the twisted sheets, limbs entangled, hearts slowing. "I love you," he said into the darkness. "I know I have no right. I know it changes nothing. But I love you." Anna felt tears slide down her temples. "I love you too. God help me, I do." They held each other through the night, knowing morning would bring separation but unable to imagine being anywhere else. She'd slept alone so many nights and closed the door behind them. The power returned at dawn with an industrial hum that felt obscene. Anna woke to find James already dressed, his duffel packed, standing at the window. "Roads are open," he said without turning. "I checked the radio." She sat up, pulling the sheet around her. "So that's it." What else can it be? But his voice cracked on the question. She rose and went to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. For a moment he leaned into her touch. Then carefully he disentangled himself. "If I don't leave now," he said, "I won't leave at all. And we both know what that costs." Anna wanted to argue, wanted to say that love mattered more than vows made in youth to people they'd outgrown. But she thought of David, kind, dependable David, and knew she couldn't unmake 15 years on the strength of 4 days. "What happens now?" she asked. "We go back to our lives. We try to be better than we were. And this? Us?" James turned to face her, cupping her cheek in his palm. "This was real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not your husband, not your conscience, not the years that'll try to convince you it was just a storm-drunk fantasy. It was real, and it mattered. Will I see you again? I don't know. Maybe that's not the question. Then what is? Whether what we found here changes how we live there." Kissed her once more, long, aching, final, and then he was gone. Anna returned home that afternoon to find David making soup. He hugged her, asked if she was all right, told her he'd been worried. She answered carefully, honestly where she could. That night, lying beside her husband, she thought about James's question. Could 4 days change a lifetime? She didn't know yet. But the next morning, when David mentioned a faculty lecture he wanted to attend, Anna said, "I'd like to come with you." He looked surprised. "Really? I thought you found them boring." "I do, but I'd like to understand what matters to you." It was a small beginning. Perhaps it would lead nowhere. Perhaps the gap between them was too wide to bridge. But for the first time in years, she wanted to try. 3 weeks later, a package arrived at the library. Inside was a book, a vintage edition of North and South, its spine carefully repaired. In the margin of chapter 19, penciled in a hand she recognised, were 7 words. Some lights are meant to be remembered. Anna pressed the book to her chest and let herself cry. Not for what she'd lost, but for what she'd briefly held, and for the truth that James had given her, that she was capable of being seen, of being loved, of being more than the comfortable role she had accepted. She would carry that truth forward, not as license for abandonment, but as a standard by which to measure her life. And in the quiet of the library, surrounded by stories of people who'd said true things even when truth was difficult, Anna Collier began to write again. The end. The love experiment. Brianna Fitzgerald tapped her pen against her notepad as she studied the sleek, minimalist lobby of Synapse Love Labs. Everything about the place screamed cutting-edge technology, from the neural network patterns etched into the frosted glass partitions to the subtle blue lighting that mimicked the glow of synapses firing in the brain. It was all so perfectly orchestrated that it made her journalist's instincts itch with suspicion. Ms. Fitzgerald? A woman with a pristine bob and a tablet approached. I'm Dr. Eleanor Parker, lead researcher. We're thrilled you've chosen to participate in our pioneer program. Brianna smiled her most convincing smile. I'm excited to be part of scientific history. The lie rolled off her tongue with practiced ease. What she couldn't say was that she was here to expose what she believed was an elaborate scam, a dating service that claimed to use neural compatibility algorithms to match perfect partners with 98.7% accuracy. Her editor had practically salivated at the pitch. 30 days of deception inside the Love Lab scam. Please follow me for your final briefing. Brianna was led into a conference room where 5 other researchers in white lab coats were gathered around a holographic display. On the screen rotated 2 profile images, hers and a man she assumed was her scientifically perfect match. This is Dr. Kevin Jones, Eleanor said, gesturing to the image of a man with thoughtful eyes and a reserved smile. Psychologist, specializing in attachment theory. Your compatibility score is... Eleanor paused for dramatic effect. Unprecedented. Brianna fought the urge to roll her eyes. Of course it was. As you know, the parameters of the experiment are strict, continued Eleanor. 30 days in complete isolation with your match. No outside contact, no internet, no entertainment beyond the books we provide. If both of you remain for the full duration, you each receive $100,000. If either leaves, the experiment terminates for both parties with no compensation. Brianna nodded. The money wasn't her motivation, but it would make for a nice bonus on top of the career-defining article she planned to write. Your match is waiting in the transport vehicle. You'll be taken to the location together. Any questions before we proceed? Just one, Brianna said. How manufactured is this compatibility? Are you monitoring us for entertainment value? Eleanor's smile didn't waver. We're scientists, Ms. Fitzgerald, not reality TV producers. The isolation home has no surveillance inside, only security perimeters and emergency systems. What happens between you and Dr. Jones is entirely authentic and private. Right, Brianna thought, and I'm supposed to believe that a company valued at $1.8 billion is just interested in the purity of love. 20 minutes later, Brianna found herself sitting across from Kevin Jones in the back of a luxury SUV with tinted windows. He was taller than his hologram suggested, with a quiet intensity that made the confined space of the vehicle feel even smaller. So, he said after a stretch of silence, what made you sign up for this? His voice was deeper than she expected, with a thoughtfulness that matched his eyes. Brianna recited her cover story. Curiosity, skepticism, a desire to test the limits of compatibility science. That much wasn't entirely a lie. And you? Aren't psychologists supposed to know better than to trust algorithms with their love lives? A subtle smile creased the corners of his mouth. Maybe that's precisely why I'm here. We study attachment and connection our whole careers, but rarely do we get to experience it as a controlled variable. "You really believe in this, don't you?" she asked, unable to keep the incredulity from her voice. "I believe in the possibility," he corrected, which makes me wonder why someone so obviously skeptical would commit to 30 days of isolation with a stranger. Their eyes locked, and Brianna felt an unexpected flutter of something that felt disturbingly like interest. She quickly attributed it to her journalistic instincts kicking in. This man was going to be the primary subject of her expose after all. "I guess we're both experimental in our own ways," she replied. The vehicle began climbing upward, the city falling away beneath them as they ascended into the mountains. After another hour of sparse conversation, interspersed with increasingly uncomfortable silence, they arrived at what would be their home for the next month. A stunningly modern cabin perched on the edge of a cliff, all glass and sustainable timber, with panoramic views of wilderness in every direction. "Home sweet home," Kevin murmured as they stepped inside. The interior was spacious yet intimate, an open concept design with a chef's kitchen, a living area centered around a fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves stocked with everything from classics to contemporary fiction. The hallway led to 2 bedrooms flanking a shared bathroom, and a deck wrapped around the entire structure, offering a meditation space that seemed to float above the forest canopy. "Only 2 bedrooms? How disappointing," Brianna quipped. "I thought we were supposed to be perfect for each other." Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Compatibility doesn't mean we skip straight to sharing a bed, Ms. Fitzgerald." "Brianna," she corrected, feeling oddly flustered. "If we're going to be trapped here together, we might as well use first names." "Brianna," he repeated, and something about the way her name sounded in his voice made her immediately regret the suggestion. That night, as Brianna lay in her unfamiliar bed, listening to the sound of nothing but wind in the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling, she pulled out her contraband, a small notebook hidden in the lining of her suitcase. She began documenting her first impressions. Day 1 arrived at the isolation. House with subject K. Initial observations suggest he genuinely believes in the experiment's premise. Either that or he's a better actor than I am. The house itself is designed to eliminate distractions and foster connection. There's literally nowhere to escape conversation except our bedrooms. No TV, no internet, not even a radio. Just books, cooking, and each other. First impression of Kay, infuriatingly calm. Observant in a way that makes me feel exposed. Attractive in an understated way that I refuse to acknowledge further. Tomorrow I begin probing for inconsistencies in the experiment design. I give him 5 days before he starts to annoy me beyond endurance. I give myself 10 before I'm climbing the walls from lack of external stimulation. This is going to be the longest month of my life. She closed her notebook and stared at the ceiling, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of another person moving around in the bathroom. 30 days suddenly seemed like an eternity. What Brianna didn't write down, what she barely admitted to herself, was the unsettling feeling that had taken root from the moment she'd met Kevin's gaze. It wasn't the irritation she'd been expecting, or even the professional curiosity she'd prepared for. It was the disturbing sense that, for the first time in years, someone was actually seeing her. By day 5, Brianna had established a routine designed to minimize interaction. Early morning runs on the trail surrounding the cabin, followed by coffee and reading on the deck while Kevin meditated indoors. Afternoons were spent writing in her room or exploring the property's boundaries, carefully timing her kitchen appearances to avoid meal overlap. It was, she told herself, a strategic approach to maintain objectivity for her article. It had nothing to do with the discomfort she felt whenever Kevin's perceptive gaze lingered on her a moment too long. "You're very committed to avoiding me," Kevin observed on the morning of day 6, catching her as she returned from her run. He stood in the kitchen, methodically slicing fruit for his breakfast. which is impressive, considering we're the only two people for at least 20 miles. Brianna grabbed a water bottle from the refrigerator. I'm not avoiding you, I'm respecting your space. Is that what you call pretending to be asleep when I make dinner, then sneaking out to eat after I've gone to bed? His tone wasn't accusatory, merely curious, which somehow made it worse. I'm a night owl, she deflected. You're a journalist, he replied simply, placing a slice of mango in his mouth. Brianna froze. Excuse me? You're a journalist, he repeated, not a marketing executive like your profile claims. The careful distance she'd maintained collapsed in an instant. How did you... I recognized your name, he said. You wrote that series on tech companies exploiting psychological vulnerabilities in their users. It was excellent work. Very thorough. Brianna's mind raced. Her cover was blown, and with it, potentially her entire investigation. Are you going to report me? Kevin considered the question while arranging his fruit in a precise pattern on his plate. That depends. Are you here to do a hatchet job, or are you genuinely investigating whether our compatibility is manufactured? The distinction surprised her. Does it matter? Either way, I'm not the perfect match your algorithms promised. Actually, he said, pushing a plate of fruit toward her, the fact that you're skeptical enough to investigate makes you exactly who my profile indicated I'd be compatible with. Someone who questions systems rather than blindly accepting them. He smiled slightly. Though perhaps the scientist didn't anticipate quite this level of skepticism. Brianna reluctantly took a piece of mango. So you're not here looking for true love? I'm a researcher, Brianna. I'm interested in whether emotional connection can be predicted and facilitated through controlled environmental factors. The experiment's premise, two strangers becoming intimately connected through isolation and structured interaction, is essentially a condensed version of how most relationships historically developed, before technology gave us the illusion of unlimited choice. She studied him, searching for signs of deception. You're not angry that I lied. Would being angry change the fact that we're still stuck here together for the next 24 days? He pushed a folder across the counter toward her. Besides, I think you'll find this more interesting than my emotional state. Inside the folder was a series of daily questions and exercises labelled Intimacy Development Protocol. What's this? She asked. Today's arrived in the communication box this morning. Apparently we're supposed to complete these together each day. Structured conversations designed to accelerate emotional bonding. Brianna flipped through the pages with growing suspicion. Like the 36 questions that supposedly make people fall in love? This is manipulation, not science. It's an accelerated version of the getting to know you phase, Kevin corrected, and it's entirely optional. We can ignore it and continue our mutual avoidance strategy for the remaining 24 days. But you don't want to ignore it. I came here to participate in an experiment, he said simply, not to stare at my bedroom ceiling for a month. Later that afternoon, they sat facing each other on the deck, the intimacy questions between them like a ticking bomb. This is ridiculous, Brianna said, reading the first question. What would constitute a perfect day for you? It's like a bad first date. Kevin leaned back in his chair. You're overthinking it. Just answer the question. Fine, she said, crossing her arms. A perfect day would be breaking a major story that exposes corporate malfeasance and actually leads to systemic change instead of a 2-day news cycle followed by collective amnesia. Specific and cynical, he noted. But I suspect that's your professional perfect day. What about personally? The question caught her off guard. I don't separate the two. Everyone separates the two, he countered. Even workaholics have personal desires. Brianna felt a flash of irritation at his presumption. Fine, a cabin by a lake, thunderstorm, good book, no cell reception, no people expecting things from me. She raised her chin slightly. Your turn. Kevin considered the question with what seemed like genuine thought. Morning hike to watch the sunrise. Afternoon spent helping someone work through a breakthrough in therapy. Evening conversation with someone who challenges my thinking. Rain on a tin roof while falling asleep. He looked directly at her. Not so different from yours, actually. Except your perfect day includes other people. Just specific ones, he clarified. Quality over quantity. They moved through the questions from innocuous preferences to more probing inquiries about family relationships and formative experiences. To Brianna's surprise, the conversation flowed with unexpected ease. Kevin answered each question thoughtfully, but without the performative vulnerability she'd anticipated. When they reached the question about their greatest fears, however, Brianna hesitated. "Skip it if you want," Kevin offered, noticing her discomfort. "No," she said, surprising herself. "That would defeat the purpose of the exercise, wouldn't it?" She took a breath. "My greatest fear is discovering that everything I've built my identity around is meaningless. That all the sacrifices I've made for my career, the relationships I've sidelined, the personal life I've postponed, were for nothing." The admission hung in the air between them, more honest than she'd intended. "Your turn," she said quickly before he could respond. Kevin was quiet for a moment. "That I'll spend my professional life helping others form meaningful connections while being fundamentally incapable of maintaining one myself." The vulnerability in his answer created a sudden shift in the atmosphere between them. "Is that why you're here?" she asked softly. "To prove you can connect?" "Perhaps," he admitted, "or to confirm my suspicion that I can't." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "We all have our investigations, Brianna." As the sun began to set, painting the surrounding forest in shades of gold and amber, they completed the final question. "If you could know one thing about your future, what would it be?" "Whether anything I do actually matters," Brianna answered without hesitation. Kevin studied her face in the fading light. "Everything matters, Brianna, just rarely in the ways we anticipate." "That's not an answer to the question," she pointed out. "I'd want to know if I find peace with my contradictions," he said after a moment. "The desire for connection battling with the need for solitude, the urge to understand others fighting with the fear of being truly understood." As darkness fell and they moved inside, something fundamental had shifted between them. They prepared dinner together in a comfortable silence that felt entirely different from the awkward avoidance of previous days. Later, as Brianna updated her notebook, she found herself struggling to maintain her detached tone. Day 6. The structured interaction questions are clearly designed to accelerate artificial intimacy. The problem is, they work. Kay revealed vulnerabilities that seem genuine, though I can't rule out strategic disclosure. The more concerning development is my own unexpected candor. Need to re-establish professional boundaries tomorrow. Additional observation. Kay knows I'm investigating the experiment but hasn't reported me. Either he's confident the experience will change my mind, or he has his own agenda I haven't identified yet. Either possibility is unsettling. She closed her notebook and listened to the sounds of Kevin moving around in the kitchen, cleaning up after their dinner. For the first time since arriving, the thought of 24 more days no longer felt like a sentence to be endured. It felt like an investigation whose outcome she could no longer confidently predict. By the end of the second week, the rhythms of their coexistence had evolved into something unexpectedly comfortable. Mornings still began with Brianna's runs, but now Kevin joined her occasionally, matching her pace without conversation. A shared silence that somehow felt more intimate than words. Meals became collaborative efforts, their kitchen dance growing more synchronized as they learned each other's movements. Evenings were spent completing the intimacy exercises, followed by discussions that often stretched late into the night. "Today's challenge is different," Kevin announced on the morning of day 15. examining the contents of the communication box. Instead of the usual question cards, there was a single envelope containing 2 blindfolds and instructions. "Absolutely not," Brianna said when he explained the exercise. 20 minutes of silent, sightless mirroring, following each other's movements using only touch as guidance. "Afraid?" Kevin asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. "Suspicious," she corrected. "This isn't about compatibility. It's manufacturing artificial intimacy through controlled vulnerability." "Isn't that essentially what dating is?" he countered. "A series of increasingly vulnerable exchanges to determine compatibility." "Dating gives you the choice to walk away between exchanges," she pointed out. "This experiment removes that choice." Kevin considered this. "We can modify it. 5 minutes instead of 20, and either of us can stop at any point." "Why are you so committed to these exercises?" Brianna asked. He was quiet for a moment. "Because I study connection theoretically but rarely experience it personally. Professional curiosity, if nothing else." Something in his honest admission disarmed her. "Fine. 5 minutes. But I'm documenting this as manipulation in my article." "Duly noted," he said with a hint of a smile. They stood facing each other in the living room, furniture pushed aside to create space. The blindfolds lay on the coffee table between them, a boundary neither had yet crossed. "Ready?" Kevin asked. Brianna nodded, trying to ignore the flutter of anticipation in her stomach as she lifted her blindfold. The world went dark, heightening her other senses. The sound of Kevin's breathing, the scent of his soap, the subtle shift in air pressure as he moved closer. "Hands up, palms forward," he instructed softly. She complied, feeling vulnerable and slightly ridiculous until her palms met his, warm, steady, and slightly larger than her own. The simple contact sent an unexpected current through her. "I'll lead first," he said, his voice closer now. "Just follow the pressure." He began with simple movements, hands up, down, outward, which Brianna followed easily. As the minutes passed, the movements became more complex. Circles, waves, one hand leading while the other followed a different pattern. Without sight, their entire focus narrowed to the points where their palms connected. "Your turn to lead," Kevin murmured after what felt like both seconds and hours. Brianna initiated a pattern, marvelling at how quickly he adapted to her rhythm. There was something oddly exhilarating about the wordless communication, the way their bodies learned each other without visual cues. When Kevin suggested they try mirroring without hand contact, just sensing each other's movements through the air between them, Brianna knew they had far exceeded the 5-minute limit, but couldn't bring herself to stop. The exercise had transcended its artificial constraints, becoming something else entirely, a conversation without words, a negotiation of space and energy that felt strangely profound. The timer's unexpected beep startled them both. For a moment, neither moved to remove their blindfolds. "That was—" Brianna began, but words felt inadequate. "I know," Kevin replied simply. When they finally removed the blindfolds, blinking in the sudden light, Brianna was struck by the intensity in Kevin's eyes, a mixture of vulnerability and something deeper that made her look away first. "Well," she said, striving for a lightness she didn't feel, "I can see why they included that one in the manipulation protocol." "Is that what you experienced?" he asked. "Manipulation?" The question hung between them, demanding a level of honesty she wasn't prepared to give. "I experienced an exercise designed to create artificial intimacy," she said carefully. "And did it?" Brianna met his gaze. "Would admitting that it did validate your theory or undermine my skepticism?" A small smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Both, perhaps." That night, a sudden mountain storm brought winds that howled through the trees and rain that pounded against the cabin's metal roof. The lights flickered once, twice, and then plunged them into darkness. "Perfect," Brianna muttered. fumbling for her phone to use as a flashlight. "Emergency kit should be in the kitchen," Kevin called from somewhere across the room. They converged at the kitchen island, the beams of their phone flashlights dancing across the countertops as they searched for candles or lanterns. "Found it," Kevin announced, pulling a box from beneath the sink. Inside were emergency candles, matches, a hand-crank radio, and several foil emergency blankets. As they placed candles around the living room, the space transformed. Shadows danced on the walls, and the howling wind outside made the cabin feel smaller, more intimate. They settled on opposite ends of the couch, an emergency blanket wrapped around each of them. "At least it's not cold," Brianna observed, watching the candle flames flicker with each draught. "Wine," Kevin suggested, holding up a bottle they'd left, unopened since arrival. "Seems like the appropriate response to a power outage." 2 glasses in, Brianna found herself relaxing into the strange intimacy of the moment. The storm outside, the dancing candlelight, the absence of technological distractions. It created a pocket universe where normal rules felt suspended. "Truth or dare," Kevin suggested, a playful glint in his eye that the candlelight accentuated. Brianna laughed. "What are we teenagers?" "Sometimes regression is psychologically beneficial," he replied with mock seriousness. "Truth or dare, Fitzgerald?" "Truth," she said, surprising herself. The wine had softened her edges just enough to make the game seem harmless. "Why journalism?" he asked. "What drew you to exposing truths rather than creating them?" It wasn't the light question she'd expected. "My father was a marketing executive," she said after a moment. "Brilliant at crafting narratives that made people want things they didn't need. I grew up watching him spin mediocre products into must-have items, and I hated how easily people believed the stories he told." She took another sip of wine. "I guess I wanted to be the opposite, to strip away the stories people sell and find what's actually beneath them." Kevin nodded, his expression thoughtful. "And what about you? Truth or dare?" "Truth," he said. "Earlier, you said you rarely experience connection personally. Why is that, for someone whose entire career is built around understanding human relationships?" The question lingered in the candlelit space between them. For a moment she thought he might deflect. "The same reason surgeons rarely operate on family members," he finally said. "Emotional proximity clouds clinical judgment. I can map the attachment patterns of strangers with clinical precision, but in my own relationships..." He paused, swirling the wine in his glass. "Let's just say it's easier to analyse connection than to sustain it." "That sounds lonely," Brianna said softly. "Says, the woman who listed no people as part of her perfect day," he countered with a gentle smile. "Touché." She raised her glass in acknowledgement. "Maybe we're both hiding from the same thing, just from opposite directions." "And what would that be?" he asked. "The terror of being truly seen," she said, the words emerging from someplace deeper than conscious thought. "You from the inside, me from the outside." The candlelight caught the surprise in his eyes, surprise that quickly shifted to something more complex, more dangerous. "Truth or dare, Brianna?" he asked, his voice lower now. "Dare," she said, suddenly unwilling to risk another truth. Kevin placed his wine glass on the coffee table and leaned forward slightly. "I dare you to stop documenting this experience as an investigation for 5 minutes, to be fully present, without filtering what happens through the lens of your article." "How would you even know if I did that?" she challenged. "I wouldn't," he admitted, "but you would." The simplicity of his answer disarmed her. Without her reporter's perspective, the mental notepad where she recorded observations, formulated analyses, maintained critical distance, what would be left? Just her. Just him. Just whatever was happening between them in this candlelit bubble while the storm raged outside. 5 minutes, she agreed, placing her own glass beside his. She didn't know who moved first. Perhaps they both did, the space between them dissolving as naturally as breath. His lips found hers with a gentleness that quickly gave way to something more urgent, years of carefully constructed distance collapsing in the span of heartbeats. When they finally pulled apart, breathless and stunned, Brianna knew something fundamental had shifted. The careful scaffolding of her investigation, her skepticism, her emotional detachment, all of it had been exposed as the flimsy protection it was. "I think," Kevin said quietly, his forehead resting against hers, "that was significantly longer than 5 minutes." Later, in the darkness of her room, Brianna stared at the ceiling, listening to the storm gradually subside. She didn't reach for her notebook. For the first time since the experiment began, she allowed herself to experience the moment without analysing it, without extracting its journalistic value, without armouring herself against its implications. And in that unguarded moment, she recognised the fear that had been growing alongside the connection. Fear that perhaps the experiment wasn't a fraud after all, that perhaps the compatibility they'd measured was real. And if that was true, what else might be? The kiss changed everything, and nothing. They didn't speak of it the next morning, yet it hung between them like an unspoken question, altering the gravity of every interaction. Their daily routines continued, the shared meals, the evening exercises, but now charged with an awareness that made even passing in the hallway feel significant. En Nice, day 21, Brianna woke to find Kevin already gone on a morning hike. In the kitchen, she discovered a note indicating he'd be back by noon, along with freshly brewed coffee and sliced fruit arranged in a pattern that mirrored how she always prepared her breakfast. The thoughtfulness of the gesture sent an uncomfortable warmth through her chest. This wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't supposed to feel this tug of attachment to a man who was ultimately a research subject in her investigation. Needing to reorient herself, Brianna retrieved her notebook, neglected in the days since the power outage, and forced herself to document recent developments with professional detachment. Day 21. Notable shift in subject dynamics following isolation-intensified physical proximity event. Storm-induced power outage leading to decreased inhibition. Important to note that environmental manipulation continues to be a significant factor in manufacturing false intimacy. Subject K demonstrates increasing investment in experiment outcomes. Personal boundaries must be reinforced to maintain investigative integrity. She stared at the words, recognizing their defensive tone. Who was she trying to convince? Her readers or herself? When Kevin returned from his hike, Brianna had retreated to the deck with a book she wasn't actually reading. She sensed rather than saw him approach, her body attuned to his presence in a way that both thrilled and unnerved her. "I brought something back for you," he said, placing a perfect pine cone beside her. "Thought it might make a nice souvenir of your time in captivity." The gesture was simple, thoughtful, and it cracked something in her chest. "We need to talk about what happened," she said, closing her book. Kevin settled into the chair beside her. "Which part? The kiss, or what it might mean?" "Both," she admitted. "This situation, it's not real, Kevin. It's a pressure cooker designed to force an artificial connection. 2 more weeks and we return to our real lives." "And you think what we're experiencing isn't transferable to those real lives?" he asked. No defensiveness in his tone, just genuine curiosity. "I think it's manufactured," she said, the words sounding hollow even to her own ears. The isolation, the forced proximity, the carefully designed exercises, it's all creating a simulated intimacy that wouldn't exist under normal circumstances. Most relationships begin in artificial environments, he pointed out. Curated dating profiles, choreographed first dates, alcohol-lowered inhibitions. The difference is merely the degree of control and the transparency about the purpose. "Don't psychoanalyze me," Brianna said, a flash of irritation cutting through her confusion. This whole setup, it's manipulation disguised as science. Kevin was quiet for a moment. "You're scared," he finally said, not unkindly. "Not of the experiment manipulating you, but of the possibility that what you're feeling might be genuine despite the experimental conditions." The accuracy of his assessment felt like a physical blow. "You don't know what I'm feeling." "No," he agreed, "but I recognize the pattern. The closer we get to something real, the harder you work to discredit it. It's a protective mechanism I understand intimately, because I've spent years doing the same thing from the opposite direction, intellectualizing emotional connections until they become safe, clinical, and ultimately meaningless." His honesty disarmed her anger. "What do you want from me, Kevin?" "Just acknowledgement that whatever is happening between us deserves to be explored rather than dismissed," he said. "Even if it began in an artificial environment, even if it might not survive outside of it." Before she could respond, the communication box chimed, signalling the arrival of the day's exercise. Kevin retrieved the envelope and opened it, his expression changing as he read the instructions. "What is it?" Brianna asked. "Today's exercise is called Truth and Consequences," he said, passing her the card. "We each write down a truth we haven't shared yet, then discuss the potential consequences of that truth for our compatibility." "Convenient timing," Brianna muttered. They retreated to separate areas to write their truths, agreeing to meet in the living room in 20 minutes. Brianna stared at her blank card, wrestling with what to reveal. The obvious truth, that she was developing feelings that contradicted her professional skepticism, felt too vulnerable. Instead, she wrote something equally true but less exposing. "I'm afraid of discovering that everything I believe about human connection is wrong." When they reconvened, Kevin suggested they exchange cards rather than reading their own truths aloud. Brianna's heart stuttered as she read his card. "I've known from the beginning that you were investigating Synapse's methods because I consulted on the development of their compatibility algorithms before agreeing to participate as a subject." The words hit her like a physical blow. She looked up to find Kevin watching her reaction carefully. "You helped design this experiment?" she asked, her voice barely controlled. "I contributed to the psychological assessment profiles they use for matching," he clarified. "I wasn't involved in designing the isolation protocol or the daily exercises." "But you knew." The sense of betrayal was overwhelming. "You knew exactly what was happening all along while I thought—" She stopped, unwilling to articulate what she'd begun to believe. "While you thought what?" he pressed gently. "It doesn't matter," she said, standing abruptly. "This proves my point exactly. This entire connection has been manufactured. You had insider knowledge of the psychological levers being pulled, the vulnerabilities being targeted. You were never just another subject." "Brianna," he said, his voice steady, "my involvement with the algorithm development doesn't change what's happened between us. If anything, it makes it more significant. The algorithms identified our potential compatibility, but everything that's developed has been genuine. Knowing the science behind attraction doesn't make attraction less real when you experience it." "No," she said, backing away. "This changes everything. You let me believe we were equals in this experiment, but you had information I didn't. You watched me open up, become vulnerable, while knowing exactly how the process was designed to work." The hurt in her voice surprised even her. "Was any of it real, or was I just another data point for your research?" "All of it was real," he insisted, standing now too. "Yes, I understood the theoretical framework, but I had no more control over my responses than you did over yours. The compatibility they measured between us, it's unprecedented in their research. That's why I agreed to participate. I wanted to know if algorithms could actually predict emotional connection, and the only way to know was to experience it myself." "How convenient that your research subject was someone actively trying to expose the company you consulted for," Brianna said bitterly. Did they know I was a journalist when they matched us? Was that part of your perfect compatibility profile? The skeptic and the believer? I didn't know who my match would be until the day we met, Kevin said, a hint of frustration finally breaking through his composure. And yes, the fact that you question everything while I look for patterns that validate connection, that's precisely why we were matched. Complementary cognitive approaches, similar core values, different external manifestations. Brianna felt the floor shifting beneath her. Everything she'd begun to feel recategorized as manipulation, data collection, experimental validation. I need some air, she said, heading for the door. Brianna, please, Kevin called after her. Running away doesn't change what's happened between us. She paused at the door, not turning around. What's happened is exactly what your algorithm predicted would happen. Congratulations on your successful experiment, Dr. Jones. Outside, Brianna followed the trail into the forest, walking until the cabin was no longer visible. She found a boulder overlooking the valley and sat, trying to untangle the knot of emotions choking her. The betrayal wasn't that Kevin had helped develop the algorithms, it was that he'd allowed her to believe their connection was developing organically when he'd had a map all along. Every moment of vulnerability, every confession, every tentative step toward trust. All of it now felt like data being collected rather than intimacy being built. Yet beneath the anger was a more terrifying realization. Despite knowing the truth, despite recognizing the manipulation, she still felt drawn to him, still missed his presence even as she fled from it, still wondered what might have been if they'd met, in the real world, without experimental parameters and hidden agendas. That evening, Brianna returned to the cabin to find it empty, a note on the kitchen counter informing her that Kevin had gone for his own walk to clear his head. For the first time in weeks, she ate dinner alone, the silence of the cabin oppressive rather than peaceful. She was already in bed when she heard him return, his footsteps pausing briefly outside her door before continuing to his room. The urge to go to him, to continue their conversation, was almost overwhelming, but pride and hurt kept her behind her closed door, staring at the ceiling until exhaustion finally pulled her into restless sleep. The next morning, they moved around each other like ghosts. The easy rhythm of previous days shattered. Kevin made breakfast for both of them as usual, but they ate in silence, the weight of unspoken words filling the space between them. It was Kevin who finally broke the silence on the evening of day 23. "We have a week left," he said quietly as they sat on opposite ends of the couch pretending to read. "Do we really want to spend it punishing each other?" "I'm not punishing you," Brianna replied, not looking up from her book. "I'm processing the fact that our entire interaction has been built on uneven ground." "Has it?" he challenged gently. "I knew about the compatibility algorithms, yes, but I had no more insight into who you truly are than you had into me. I didn't know you'd make me laugh with your dry observations about classic literature. I didn't know you'd challenge my theoretical frameworks with practical counterexamples. I didn't know that watching you lost in thought while staring at the mountains would become my favourite part of each day." He paused, his voice softening. "The science might have predicted our compatibility, Brianna, but it couldn't predict how it would feel to experience it." Something in his quiet vulnerability cracked her defences. "I need to know. Something," she said, finally looking at him. "Was any of this real for you? Or was it all just professional curiosity?" "It started as curiosity," he admitted, "but it became something else entirely, something I wasn't prepared for despite all my theoretical knowledge." He met her gaze directly. "I've spent my career studying connection from a safe distance. With you, for the first time, I don't want the distance. That terrifies me as much as it terrifies you." The honesty in his eyes dismantled the last of her anger, leaving only the confusion and longing beneath it. "I don't know how to separate what's real from what's been manufactured anymore," she confessed. "How much of what I'm feeling is just a response to the conditions we've been placed in? Does it matter? He asked. Most relationships begin in artificial environments, bars where alcohol lowers inhibitions, dating apps that curate our presentations of self, workplaces that force proximity. The circumstances that bring people together are always somewhat constructed. What matters is what happens within those circumstances. That's easy for you to say, she countered. You weren't the one left in the dark. Wasn't I? A flash of genuine hurt crossed his face. I might have known about the compatibility framework, but I had no idea how it would feel to actually experience it. All my theoretical knowledge couldn't prepare me for... He hesitated. For you. The sincerity in his voice made something twist in her chest. She wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that what had developed between them transcended the experimental conditions that had brought them together. I need time, she finally said. We have 7 days, he reminded her gently, and then we go back to our separate lives, unless we choose otherwise. The choice hung between them, weighted with possibilities neither was ready to articulate. The final week passed in a strange limbo of cautious reconnection. Without discussing it explicitly, they abandoned the formal exercises, instead creating their own rituals, morning hikes that wound through the forests surrounding the cabin, collaborative cooking experiments that often ended in laughter, evening conversations that stretched late into the night, gradually rebuilding the bridge between them. On day 28, with just 48 hours remaining in their isolation, they sat on the deck watching the sunset paint the mountains in hues of gold and crimson. "What will you write?" Kevin asked, breaking a comfortable silence. "In your article about the experiment." Brianna had been asking herself the same question for days. The exposé she'd planned had evolved alongside her feelings, becoming more complex, more nuanced. "The truth," she said finally, "that Synapse has created something that works, but perhaps not in the way they intended. They're selling certainty, algorithmic destiny, but what they've actually created is an opportunity for something authentic to develop in a world that rarely allows for it." "And what about us?" he asked. The question she'd been both anticipating and dreading. Does what happened here stay here? Brianna turned to face him fully. "What do you want, Kevin? When we leave this place and return to our real lives?" "I want to know if what we've found survives outside these walls," he said simply. "I want the chance to discover you in the context of everyday life, morning commutes and work stress and all the mundane realities we've been sheltered from here. I want to know if the connection holds when it's not the only option available." His honesty both thrilled and terrified her. "And if it doesn't? Then we'll have learned something valuable about the nature of connection," he said. "But I think that's a hypothesis worth testing, don't you?" Brianna felt the familiar tug of resistance, the instinct to protect herself from potential disappointment, to maintain critical distance, but beneath it was something stronger. The desire to know if what they'd found could be real beyond the experimental conditions that had brought them together. "One condition," she said. "Complete honesty, from this point forward. No more withheld information, no more professional detachment. If we're going to try this in the real world, we do it as equals." "Agreed," he said, reaching out to take her hand, his touch sending the now familiar current through her. "Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at returning text messages and I work too much," she laughed. "I leave dirty dishes in the sink and I get obsessed with stories to the exclusion of everything else." "Sounds compatible to me," he said, with a grin that made her heart skip. On their final night in the cabin, they sat before the fireplace, a bottle of wine between them, talking about what awaited them beyond tomorrow. Her apartment in the city, his house in the suburbs, their respective careers that had been on hold for a month. "Are you nervous?" he asked, watching her profile in the firelight. "Terrified," she admitted. "What if it all falls apart the minute we step back into reality?" "What if it doesn't?" he countered. "What if the connection strengthens?" What if we discover that what began as an experiment becomes the most authentic thing either of us has ever experienced? The hope in his voice made her chest ache with possibility. She leaned against him, his arm coming around her shoulders as naturally as breathing. "There's something I've been meaning to give you," he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small envelope. "I was going to wait until tomorrow, but now seems right." Inside the envelope was a single note card, identical to those used in their daily exercises. On it he'd written a final question. If you could know one thing with absolute certainty about us, what would it be? Brianna felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. "Whether this is real," she answered without hesitation. "Whether what I'm feeling is genuine connection or just a perfect scientific construct." Kevin took her face in his hands, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "Science can create the conditions for connection, Brianna, but it can't manufacture the feeling itself. That part, the part that matters most, that's all us." When he kissed her, it felt different from their first kiss during the storm. Not desperate or urgent, but certain. A calm acknowledgement of something true they'd discovered together. The next morning, as they packed their belongings and prepared for the return journey, Brianna found herself lingering in each room of the cabin, memorizing details. The view from the kitchen window, the way sunlight filtered through the pine trees onto the deck, the sound of the wind in the eaves. "Having second thoughts?" Kevin asked, finding her staring out at the mountains one last time. "Just making memories," she said, "in case we need them." "We won't," he said with a certainty that made her smile. "This isn't an ending, Brianna. It's a hypothesis waiting to be tested in a new environment." When the Synapse representatives arrived to collect them, Dr. Parker handed each of them an envelope containing their compensation checks and final paperwork. "Congratulations on completing the program," she said, her professional smile revealing nothing about whether their experience had met the company's expectations. "Our follow-up team will contact you in 30 days for your post-experiment assessment." As they drove away from the cabin, Brianna watched it disappear around a bend in the road, a strange mix of emotions swirling within her. Nostalgia for the bubble they were leaving, anxiety about the uncertainties ahead, but beneath it all, a quiet hope that what they'd discovered might be even stronger in the light of everyday reality. "So," Kevin said as they neared the city, the skyline appearing in the distance like a mirage. "Your place or mine?" Brianna laughed, the tension breaking. "Let's start with coffee," she suggested, "in a very public place, with Wi-Fi and strangers and all the distractions of the real world. A controlled experiment in maintained connection despite environmental interference," he said, nodding seriously. "Excellent scientific approach." "And afterward?" she asked, surprising herself with a question. Kevin reached across the seat to take her hand, his touch as electric as the first time. "Afterward we make it up as we go along. No protocol, no structured exercises, just us figuring it out together." "That sounds..." Brianna searched for the word. "Terrifying," he suggested with a smile. "Perfect," she corrected, squeezing his hand. "Absolutely perfect." 6 months later, Brianna sat at her desk staring at the final draft of her article on the screen before her. What had begun as an exposé had evolved into something more complex, an examination of connection in the digital age, the tension between scientific certainty and emotional authenticity, and the surprising discovery that sometimes even the most skeptical hearts could be opened under the right conditions. Her editor had loved it, calling it her most nuanced work yet. The personal equation inside the science of engineered connection would run as next month's cover story. Her phone buzzed with a text from Kevin. "Just got out of a session. Dinner at that new place tonight. I have news." She smiled, typing back a quick confirmation before returning to her article. The past 6 months had been a continuous experiment in their own right. discovering each other in the context of real life, navigating the complications of careers and friends and everyday stresses. There had been arguments and adjustments, moments of doubt and surprising discoveries. But beneath it all, the connection had not only endured, it had deepened, becoming more textured, more authentic than anything she'd experienced before. That evening, as they sat across from each other at dinner, Kevin slid a small box across the table. "What's this?" Brianna asked, eyeing it suspiciously. "Open it," he urged, an unusual nervousness in his expression. Inside was not what she expected. Not a ring, but a key. "The lease on my house is up next month," he explained, "and that 2-bedroom in Chelsea we looked at is available. I thought maybe we could run a new experiment in cohabitation, voluntary this time." Brianna felt a smile spreading across her face. "Any structured exercises I should know about?" "Just one," he said, reaching across the table to take her hand. "Choose each other, every day. Not because an algorithm says we're compatible, but because we want to be." "I can work with that," she said, closing her fingers around the key. "Though I should warn you, my dirty dish situation hasn't improved." "Neither has my work schedule," he countered with a grin. "But I'm willing to test the hypothesis that we're better together than apart." Later that night, as they walked home hand in hand through the city streets, Brianna reflected on the strange path that had brought them together. A skeptical journalist and a theoretical psychologist, thrown together in an experimental setting designed to manufacture connection. What neither Synapse nor its algorithms could have predicted was that sometimes genuine connection flourished not because of scientific precision, but in spite of it, in the messy, unpredictable spaces where vulnerability met acceptance, where skepticism encountered faith, and where two people who had spent their lives keeping others at a distance found in each other a reason to draw closer. The experiment had ended, but their story was just beginning, undefined by protocols or theories, but written day by day in the language of chosen connection, of love that transcended its origins to become something entirely, wonderfully real. The Hollow of Whispers. The air in the Hollow of Whispers did not merely sit, it clung. There was a thick, syrupy suspension of humid Kentucky heat and the heavy, narcotic scent of curing tobacco from the nearby barns. To Abigail Thorne, this humidity felt like a physical weight against her ribs, a reminder of the gravity of her station. She stood at the edge of the limestone-rimmed creek, her grey cotton dress a stark, unadorned line against the riotous green of the overgrowth. To any observer, she was the very image of Quaker composure, a woman whose life was governed by the inner light and the profound stillness of her faith. Yet, beneath the starched linen of her bodice, Abigail's heart was a frozen thing. It had been cold since the morning they brought her brother Thomas home on a shutter, his chest torn open by a lead ball from an honour duel. She had looked at the blood on the floor and seen the vanity of all human aggression. To her, every raised hand, every glint of a bayonet was a stain upon the soul. She had committed herself to the quiet, believing that if she could simply move through the world without friction, she might remain unscarred. She knelt by the water, her fingers reaching for a patch of wild mint that grew in the shade of a jagged rock. As her hand closed around the stems, the sharp, cool, bruised scent rose up, a sudden, bracing clarity in the oppressive heat. "The water is higher than it looks, Miss Thorne." The voice was like a low vibration in the earth. Abigail did not start. She was too well schooled for that. But the mint stems snapped in her hand. She stood slowly, turning to find a man in a tunic of new, coarse grey wool. Silas Vance did not belong in the hollow. He was a creature of motion and iron, his frame hardened by a life of tethers he had tried to outrun. His father had been a man of the cavalry, returning from Mexico as little more than a ghost who eventually vanished into the woods, leaving Silas with the bitter knowledge that to love was to be abandoned. Silas had enlisted for the Confederacy not because he believed in the sovereignty of the states, but because the regiment offered a rhythm he understood. The bit, the saddle, the charge. He feared the stillness Abigail inhabited. He feared that if he stopped moving, the silence would swallow him whole. "The storm upstream has swollen the bed," Silas said, stepping closer. He looked at the bruised mint in her hand. "You have a fondness for things that require crushing to show their worth." Abigail met his gaze. His eyes were the colour of the river after a flood, turbid and deep. "I have a fondness for things that remain where they are planted, Mr. Vance, unlike some who find it necessary to dress for destruction." Silas's jaw tightened. The uniform felt heavy, the wool scratching at his neck. He stepped into the shallows, the water swirling around his leather boots. "I am here to ensure the safety of this border. Even a pacifist needs a bridge on occasion." He reached out a hand. It was a massive thing, calloused and stained with the oil of his carbine. Abigail hesitated. To touch him was to acknowledge the war, but the creek was indeed a churning froth of mud and debris. She placed her hand in his. The contact was not a mere touch. It was an intrusion. Through the thin cotton of her sleeve, the heat of his palm seared her skin. It was a visceral, thrumming electricity that defied every vow of restraint she had ever made. Her breath caught, not in her throat, but in the very centre of her chest. For a moment, the world narrowed to the point of contact, the solid, unyielding weight of him against her own fragile poise. "Steady," he whispered. The word was a ghost of a sound, lost to the rush of the water. As he pulled her toward the bank, his thumb grazed the underside of her wrist, where the pulse hammered like a trapped bird. Abigail felt the frost in her heart crack. It was a terrifying sensation, a sudden thaw that promised only the chaos of the flood. When she finally stepped onto the dry silt, she pulled her hand away as if burned. "I am obliged to thee," she said, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to use the formal, plain speech of her people. "Don't be," Silas replied, his gaze lingering on the mint leaves scattered at her feet. "Some things are better left uncrossed." 2 weeks later, the heat had broken into a series of fitful electric drizzles. Abigail found Silas in the shade of the old smokehouse, his large hands moving with unexpected delicacy over a bundle of feathers. "He hit the telegraph wire," Silas said without looking up. In his lap lay a kestrel, its wing hanging at a sickening angle. The bird's eyes were wide, golden orbs of terror. Abigail knelt beside him, the hem of her skirt soaking up the damp earth. "Thou art trying to mend what thy kind usually breaks." "I am not a destroyer by nature, Abigail, only by circumstance." Together they worked to bind the wing. It required a terrible, intimate proximity. Silas held the bird's body against his thigh, his muscular legs framing the small creature. Abigail wound the linen strips. Her knuckles repeatedly brushed against the rough wool of his trousers, and the scent of him, salt, horse, and wood smoke, began to overwhelm the smell of the damp earth. "I fear the silence," Silas confessed suddenly. His voice was raw, stripped of its military bark. Not the dark, but the silence after the cannons stop, when you realize everyone is waiting for a sound that will never come. Abigail looked up. For the first time she did not see a soldier. She saw a man who was profoundly, fundamentally lonely. A laugh bubbled up in her, not of mockery, but of pure, unguarded recognition. It was a rich, melodic sound that seemed to startle even the kestrel. "Then we are two of a kind, Silas Vance," she said, "for I'm terrified of the noise. I thought if I stayed quiet enough I would be safe from the world's clamour." The air between them changed. It became thick, charged with the same tension that precedes a lightning strike. A few days later, the tension found its home in the tobacco dry house. The room was a cathedral of hanging leaf, the air so dense with the musk of curing tobacco that it felt like breathing gold. Abigail was checking the racks when Silas entered. He didn't speak. He simply stood in the doorway, the backlighting of the afternoon sun throwing his broad shoulders into sharp relief. He moved toward her, his footsteps silent on the packed earth floor. The heat in the barn was oppressive, causing beads of moisture to form on Abigail's upper lip. Silas stopped inches from her. He didn't touch her, but the radiant heat of his body was a physical presence. He raised his hand, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw, never quite making contact with her skin, but tracking the frantic pulse in her throat. Abigail felt an ache begin in the pit of her stomach, a hollow, demanding hunger she had no name for. She wanted him to close the distance. She wanted the rough wool of his tunic to rasp against her sensitized skin. She looked at his mouth, and the world seemed to dissolve into the scent of tobacco and the sound of their synchronized shallow breaths. "You are mending my soul, Quaker," he whispered. She reached out, her fingers trembling as she took a needle and thread to a small tear in his tunic, right over the heart. She didn't ask him to remove it. She mended it while he wore it, her knuckles grazing the hard, rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. The proximity was a slow torture. Every time her hand moved, she felt the vibration of his life force. He stood perfectly still, a predator-turned statue, his eyes fixed on her lowered lashes. The air was a liquid fire, and for a moment the war outside, the politics, the blood, the honour seemed like a fiction. Only the weight of his gaze and the scent of the mint she had tucked into her waistband were real. The breaking point came with the dawn. The aching silence was shattered by the rhythmic thud of the hooves and the jangle of the iron. Silas's regiment had been ordered to seize all able-bodied livestock for the spring campaign. Abigail stood in the centre of the paddock, her arms wrapped around the neck of her lead mare, a gentle beast that was the literal lifeblood of the Thorn farm. Silas sat atop his own mount, his face a mask of cold military indifference. "Step aside, Abigail," he said. His voice was a flat, dead thing. "Thou wouldst take the bread from our mouths," she cried, her voice cracking. "Thou wouldst use these animals to carry men to their graves. It is an order. If I do not take them, the next man will be less gentle." He refused to look at her. He looked instead at the horizon, at the grey clouds gathering over the hills. When he signalled his men to move forward, Abigail did not move. She stood like a stone until Silas himself dismounted. He took the lead rope from her hands, his fingers brushing hers. But there was no thrum of electricity now, only a cold, hollow void. "This is your duty," she whispered, her eyes burning with a rage she hadn't known she possessed. "To weaponize your presence against those who fed you." Silas didn't answer. He led the horses away, the dust from their departure coating Abigail's tongue with the taste of ash. That night the distance between the plantation and the cavalry encampment felt like a literal wound. Silas sat by a small, sputtering fire in the rain. He didn't seek cover. He let the cold water soak through his wool tunic, feeling the corrosive rot of duty eating at his insides. He looked toward the distant glow of a single candle in Abigail's window. He felt like a man watching a star from the bottom of a well. Every instinct told him to go to her, to throw down the iron and the wool and simply be. But the legacy of his father, the fear of being the one who leaves, kept him pinned to the mud. In the house, Abigail sat in the dark. The silence she had once cherished was now a predatory thing. She felt the absence of his heat as if she had lost a limb. She realized then that her frozen heart hadn't been protected. It had merely been waiting to be shattered. The pining was a physical ache, a rhythmic throb in her temples that matched the rain against the glass. On the eve of the regiment's departure for the front, Abigail found him. She did not come with the inner light or the plain speech. She came through the woods, her dress torn by briars, her hair escaping its pins. She found him near the limestone cave at the edge of the hollow. "Silas!" she screamed, the sound echoing off the rock. He turned, his face haggard in the moonlight. "Go back, Abigail. There's nothing left here but the dying. I will not let thee go into the dark, thinking I hate thee for thy duty," she cried, closing the distance. She struck his chest with her fists, not with the strength of a fighter, but with the desperation of a woman trying to wake a sleeper. "It is a waste. Thy life, this war, this pride. It is all a waste if thou dost not understand that I am alive, and thou art alive, and we are here," Silas snapped. The restraint he had cultivated for years disintegrated. He caught her wrists, pulling her flush against him. The collision was violent, a battle of breaths. He dragged her into the shadows of the limestone cave, the air inside cool and smelling of ancient earth and damp stone. He pressed her back against the jagged wall, his mouth finding hers with a hunger that was primal and absolute. There was no gentleness in this first encounter. It was an urgent, desperate possession. Silas's hands, rough and impatient, moved over the cotton of her bodice, the sound of tearing fabric loud in the small space. Abigail didn't shrink away. She met his intensity with a fervour that shocked them both. She wanted the weight of him. She wanted the reality of his skin against hers to drown out the memory of the horses and the guns. When his hands found the bare skin of her waist, she let out a low, guttural sound, a surrender that was also a victory. The texture of the cold stone against her back contrasted sharply with the molten heat of his body. Silas's movements were rhythmic and urgent, a defiance of the mortality that awaited him on the battlefield. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot and ragged. "You are the only thing that is real," he groaned, his voice breaking against her skin. Their union was an earthy, visceral thing. Every touch was a declaration of sovereignty over their own bodies, a refusal to let the war dictate the terms of their existence. Abigail felt the frost within her entirely consumed by the fire he brought. She realized that fighting for this, for the heat of a living man, for the connection that transcended ideology, was the only righteous war she would ever know. Later, as the moon climbed higher, a second encounter unfolded, this one slower, more rhythmic, and filled with a devastating tenderness. The desperation had been replaced by a deep, resonant awareness. Silas moved with a deliberate grace, his eyes never leaving hers. He traced the lines of her body as if memorizing a map that would lead him home. The molten heat of their connection was no longer a fire that burned, but a tide that carried them both. In the quiet of the cave, the power dynamic shifted. Silas, the soldier, surrendered his strength to her vulnerability, and Abigail, the pacifist, found the courage to claim him as her own. "Come back," she whispered into the silence. "Do not let the silence be the end." "I will find my way to the mint," he promised, his forehead pressed against hers. 1865. The war had ended not with a flourish, but with a long, exhausting exhale. The Kentucky hills were scarred, the tobacco barns empty, and the air held the metallic tang of old blood and new iron. Abigail was in the hollow, kneeling among the herbs. She was older, the lines around her eyes speaking of a woman who had survived the smoke of the past. She was gathering sage and thyme when the sound of a limping footstep on the limestone reached her. She didn't look up immediately. She couldn't. Her heart, once frozen, then melted, was now a fragile thing held together by hope. Then the scent rose. A foot stepped on a patch of wild mint. The aroma wasn't the bruised, sharp scent of their first meeting. It was bright, revitalizing, and incredibly strong. It was the scent of a thing that had been crushed, and had returned with twice the vigour. Abigail stood. Silas Vance stood at the edge of the creek. He was thinner, a jagged scar running from his temple to his jaw, and he leaned heavily on a hickory cane. The grey wool tunic was gone, replaced by a threadbare linen shirt that hung loose on his frame. But his eyes, those turbid, river-coloured eyes, were clear. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a man who had walked through the fire and found his way to the water. "I heard the silence," he said, his voice a ghost of its former self, "and I followed the scent of the mint." Abigail didn't speak. She crossed the creek, her feet splashing in the clear water. She met him in the centre of the bed, the water rushing around their ankles. She didn't offer a formal greeting. She simply reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his calloused ones. Behind them, the tobacco fields, once the source of their conflict and the scent of their longing, were being cleared. They weren't being replanted with the narcotic leaf of the past. Men were tilling the soil for corn. It was a shift from the smoke of the past to the sustenance of the future. Silas pulled her close, his cane clicking against the limestone. They pressed their foreheads together, the humid Kentucky air finally feeling like a blessing rather than a burden. "The war is over, Abigail," he whispered. "The war is over," she agreed. The final tableau was one of profound, lingering peace. The cinematic focus narrowed to their entwined hands. Silas's cavalry ring was long gone, traded perhaps for bread or passage. In its place was the simple, permanent weight of her touch. They stood in the hollow of whispers, but the whispers were no longer of ghosts or duty. They were the sounds of the water, the wind in the corn, and the steady rhythmic beat of two hearts that had survived the incineration. In the quiet, as the sun began to set, they shared a moment of tender, realistic intimacy, a simple kiss that tasted of salt, mint, and the incredible hard-won promise of tomorrow. That one summer kiss. The Richards family motorhome rumbled down I-25 toward Denver, its once pristine white exterior now bearing the dust of 17 states. Inside, 11-year-old Tyler Richards sprawled across the dinette booth, methodically arranging his growing collection of stadium ticket stubs. "Dad, how many more to go after the Rockies?" he called toward the driver's seat where Jim Richards navigated the behemoth vehicle, with the casual confidence of a man who'd logged over 8,000 miles that summer. "4 more stadiums, buddy. Then we've hit all 30, Jim answered, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror where he could see his wife Catherine reviewing tomorrow's itinerary. Elitch Gardens amusement park in the morning, Coors Field in the afternoon. In the back bedroom, 9-year-old Britt sat cross-legged on her bunk, carefully applying pine tar to her baseball glove, a ritual she'd adopted after watching her father do the same. Unlike many girls her age, Britt's summer heroes weren't pop stars or movie actresses. They were sluggers, pitchers, and especially Bryce Harper, whose jersey she wore so often that her mother had to practically peel it off her for washing. "Britt, we're stopping for gas. Last chance for snacks before Denver," Catherine called back. The Richards' Great American Baseball Tour had been Jim's dream. Visit every major league stadium in a single summer, catch at least one game in each, and hit the country's top roller coasters along the way. What had seemed like an impossible logistical challenge had become their reality, fueled by Catherine's meticulous planning, a calendar gridded with game times, and a motorhome that had become more home than motor over the past 3 months. August 18th dawned clear and bright in Denver. The Richards family arrived at Coors Field 3 hours before first pitch, Jim's rule for exploring each stadium properly. While Catherine and Tyler headed to the team store, Jim took Britt to watch batting practice, her Harper jersey standing out among the purple and black Rockies gear. "Look how the ball carries in this thin air," Jim explained, his arm around Britt's shoulders. "That's why they call it a hitter's park." By game time, the Richards had found their seats along the first baseline in right field. Beside them sat another family, locals by the looks of their well-worn Rockies gear. Their son, about 10 years old, clutched a baseball glove tightly, his eyes never leaving the field. "You know Harper's the enemy today, right?" the boy said, noticing Britt's Nationals jersey. Britt raised her chin. "He's still the best player in baseball." "Nuh-uh, Trout is better." "Harper has better hair," Britt countered, which made both kids laugh, breaking the tension. Throughout the game, the two families exchanged the casual camaraderie of temporary neighbours, passing condiments, holding seats during bathroom breaks, and debating calls together. By the seventh inning, with the Nationals leading 3-2, the children had developed a comfortable rapport, comparing favourite players and arguing good-naturedly about batting averages. The moment came suddenly. Harper caught the third out on a routine fly ball to right field. As he jogged toward the dugout, he spotted Britt's jersey, a flash of Nationals red amid the home team colours. With practiced ease, he flipped the game ball high toward their section. The boy saw it first. His glove hand shot up instinctively, years of backyard practice culminating in this moment. The ball landed with a satisfying thwack in the pocket of his mitt. His heart soared, until he saw Britt's face fall. The crowd murmured. Parents shifted uncomfortably. The boy looked down at the prize in his glove, then at the girl in the Harper jersey. "Here," he said, holding out the ball. "He was throwing it to you." The simple gesture, devoid of hesitation or regret, caused a ripple of approval through the nearby fans. Britt's eyes widened as she accepted the baseball, turning it reverently in her hands. "Thank you," she whispered, then leaned forward to plant a thank you kiss on his cheek. At that exact moment, the boy turned to say, "You're welcome." Their lips met in an innocent, accidental brush that lasted less than a second. Both children jerked back, faces flaming. The crowd, witnessing this unscripted moment of childhood awkwardness, erupted in good-natured laughter and applause. Seconds later, the stadium camera operator, always hunting for between-innings entertainment, broadcast the entire sequence on the massive centre field screen. Summer Kiss Cam flashed across the jumbotron as 40,000 fans watched the replay. The catch, the generous gift, the innocent kiss. The stadium announcer chuckled warmly through the speakers. "Now that, folks, is the spirit of baseball right there." As the families left after the game, there were smiles and waves, but no exchanged information. Just two groups of strangers sharing a fleeting moment before continuing on their separate journeys. The Richards had 4 more stadiums to visit, and school was starting soon. The boy and his family disappeared into the Denver crowd, and Britt never learned his name. Neither family could have known that the clip would become a recurring feature in baseball highlight reels for years to come, filed under heartwarming fan moments, alongside proposals and first catches. The Richards motorhome was sold 3 years after the Great Baseball Tour. Catherine had lobbied to keep it. Think of the memories, but practicality won out. Jim's job transferred them from Minnesota to New Orleans when Britt was 12, and urban life made storing a 36-foot behemoth impractical. Tyler, less sentimental than his sister, had moved on from baseball to football and academic decathlon competitions. Britt, however, never abandoned her love of the game, even as she discovered her own athletic calling on the track. "You're built for speed," the high school coach had told her during freshman year. "You've got that fast-twitch fibre that can't be taught." By her senior year, Britt had broken 3 school records in the 200 and 400 metres. With her academic standing and athletic achievements, scholarship offers arrived from across the country. When Louisiana State University came calling with a track scholarship, it felt like coming full circle. A chance to return to her baseball roots at a school with a powerhouse program. Her first semester had been a whirlwind of adjustments, living away from home, balancing rigorous training with academics, and navigating the complex social ecosystem of college. By spring semester, she'd found her rhythm and her people, a tight-knit group of fellow athletes who understood the discipline required to compete at their level. The embarrassing baseball kiss had become a family legend, occasionally resurfacing when Jim stumbled across the clip, online. Brit had mostly made peace with her moment of viral fame, though she still cringed whenever it appeared in MLB Valentine's Day montages. The boy's face had blurred in her memory, just another fleeting connection in a summer filled with new stadiums and experiences. Brit and her friends collapsed onto the bleachers at Alex Box Stadium, having come directly from track practice. Her legs ached pleasantly from interval training and the familiar sounds of a baseball game. The crack of bats, the pop of balls hitting mitts, provided a soothing backdrop. "You smell like determination and sweat," teased her roommate Missy, a high jumper from Baton Rouge. "Shower break between practice and games isn't in your vocabulary, is it?" "It's baseball," Brit replied, pulling her damp hair into a ponytail. "Nobody smells good at baseball games. That's part of the tradition." As LSU took the field against Vanderbilt, Missy nudged Brit with her elbow. "Question, why don't you have a boyfriend? You've been here almost a full year now," Brit shrugged. "Just haven't clicked with anyone. Besides, when would I fit that in? Between track, classes and sleep." "Sleep is overrated," Missy interrupted. "Seriously though, there has to be someone you've noticed." Brit's eyes drifted across the field, landing on the centre fielder, number 27. She'd noticed him in her Biology 101 lecture. Always punctual, always prepared, rarely speaking unless called on, but offering thoughtful insights when he did. "Maybe him," she admitted, pointing discreetly. "We have biology together. He seems different from most of the baseball guys. Quieter, more substantial." Missy followed her gaze. "Number 27? That's Cole Nightingale. Jackson knows him through some conservation club. He's from Colorado." "Colorado?" Brit laughed. "That explains the silent intensity. Probably communes with elk in his spare time." "Want me to see if Jackson can introduce you?" "God, no," Brit replied quickly. "I'm just saying, objectively speaking, Centerfield is nice to look at. That's all." But Missy's matchmaking wheels were already turning. "It's not a date," Missy insisted a week later as she rummaged through Brit's closet. "It's a casual group thing that happens to include Cole." Brit sat on her bed, arms crossed. "You told me we were grabbing coffee with you and Jackson. Now you're telling me Cole's coming, and magically you and Jackson just remembered an assignment due tomorrow?" "What a coincidence," Missy replied with zero attempt at sincerity. "Wear the green top. It makes your eyes pop." "My eyes are brown." "Even more reason to wear green. Contrast." The campus coffee shop buzzed with end-of-semester energy when Brit arrived. She spotted Cole immediately, sitting alone at a corner table, his posture relaxed but alert. No baseball cap today, revealing dark hair with a slight natural wave. He glanced up, recognition crossing his face. Not surprise, Brit noted. Missy had clearly informed Jackson, who had informed Cole. Everyone knew this was a setup except her. "Hi," she said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I'm guessing you also got the last-minute text about a forgotten assignment." Cole's mouth curved into a half-smile. "Jackson's not subtle. I figured it out when he spent 15 minutes describing you yesterday. Unless there are multiple track stars named Brit in our biology class." His directness caught her off guard. "At least 3. We're having a convention later." He laughed, a genuine sound that transformed his serious face. "I've seen you run. At the LSU Invitational last month, the 400 meters. "You were at the Invitational?" This surprised her. Baseball players rarely attended track meets. "I'm interested in biomechanics. Professor Simmons suggested I observe elite runners for a research project." "So I was a science experiment?" Brit raised an eyebrow. "You were the most impressive subject," he countered. "Your form is almost mathematically perfect." The conversation flowed from there, moving from classes to childhood influences, discovering shared interests in the outdoors and similar tastes in music. Cole described growing up in Colorado, hiking 14ers with his father. Britt spoke of her family's baseball odyssey, carefully omitting the embarrassing kiss incident. "Wait," Cole interrupted. "Your family visited all 30 MLB stadiums in one summer? That's incredible." "It was the summer before 6th grade. My dad mapped the entire thing on this giant wall calendar, coordinating game schedules with driving distances. I can't imagine seeing that much baseball in one summer." "It was magical," Britt admitted, "though I probably didn't appreciate it enough at the time." What was supposed to be a quick coffee stretched into dinner at a nearby noodle shop, then a walk around the campus lake as twilight descended. Cole proved to be an attentive listener, drawing Britt out with thoughtful questions, rather than steering conversations toward himself. When he walked her back to her dorm, there was a moment, a pause at the entrance where possibility hung in the air. But Cole simply smiled and said, "I enjoyed this. Maybe we could do it again." Britt nodded, surprised by how much she wanted that. "I'd like that." 3 dates followed over the next 2 weeks, each revealing new layers to Cole. He was methodical but not rigid, ambitious but not cutthroat, and beneath his reserve lay a subtle humour that emerged more frequently as they grew comfortable together. After their 4th date, a Saturday afternoon picnic by the lake, Cole suggested exchanging social media accounts. "Not that I post much," he admitted, "but it seems like the normal progression." That night, as Britt studied for finals, her phone buzzed with a notification. "Cole Nightingale has followed you on Instagram." Minutes later, another notification. "Cole Nightingale mentioned you in a comment. Curious, she opened the app to find Cole had commented on a post from 5 years earlier, a throwback Thursday where she'd shared the famous Jumbotron clip. She'd captioned it, "TBT to that time I accidentally became a baseball meme. Summer kiss cam, first kiss fail, thanks Bryce Harper." Cole's comment simply read, "Is this really you?" Britt stared at her phone, momentarily confused by Cole's comment. Why was he so interested in her embarrassing childhood moment? She quickly typed back, "Unfortunately, yes. Most embarrassing moment of my childhood immortalised for eternity. Why?" Her phone rang almost immediately. Cole's name flashed on the screen. "Hey," she answered. "Everything okay?" "More than okay," Cole said, his voice filled with an excitement she hadn't heard before. "That video from Coors Field, the boy who caught the ball and gave it to you. What about him?" Britt asked, a strange feeling beginning to stir in her stomach. "Britt, that was me." The world seemed to tilt sideways. "What? No way. That's impossible." August 18th, 2015. Nationals versus Rockies. 7th inning. Bryce Harper caught the third out and tossed you the ball, but I caught it instead. "Cole, if you're messing with me..." "I'm not," he assured her. "I still have the newspaper clipping somewhere. My family drove up from Colorado Springs for the weekend. It was right before my birthday." Britt sank onto her bed, mind reeling. "Oh my God, this is insane. What are the odds?" "Astronomically against," Cole replied. "One moment in one stadium a decade ago, and somehow we both end up here, in the same biology class, dating." "We kissed," Britt said suddenly. "I mean, technically we've already kissed." Cole laughed. "I've been upgraded from most embarrassing childhood moment to actual boyfriend. That's progress. I need to see this evidence, right now." An hour later, they sat side by side on a campus bench, comparing memorabilia. Britt's screenshot of the Jumbotron moment saved on her phone, Cole's yellowing newspaper clipping carefully preserved from his childhood keepsake box. "It really is you," Britt marvelled, studying the image of young Cole. "You had the same serious expression even then." "And you were fearless," Cole replied. "Just walked up and planted one on me." "On your cheek. It was supposed to be your cheek." "Fate had other plans." They fell silent, the weight of coincidence settling around them. The same stadium, the same moment, captured forever. And now, 10 years later, they'd found each other again without even realising what they'd lost. "You know what this means?" Britt said finally. "Our entire relationship is built on me stealing your baseball. And me stealing your kiss. I think we're even then." Cole reached for her hand, interlacing their fingers. "There's just one thing bothering me." "What's that?" "Our second kiss should probably be better than our first." Under a blanket of Louisiana stars with the sounds of campus life humming in the distance, Cole leaned in. This time there was no accident, no crowd reaction, no cameras, just the intentional meeting of two people connected by a thread of improbable history, closing a circle that had opened a decade earlier in a baseball stadium 200 miles away. The summer of 2025 unfolded with the humid intensity that characterized Louisiana's warmer months. While many students departed campus for internships or family homes, Britt remained for track training and Cole for baseball development programs. The relative emptiness of campus provided a cocoon for their growing relationship, free from the usual academic pressures and social obligations. On a particularly sweltering July evening, they sat on the balcony of Cole's off-campus apartment, box fans creating the only breeze. Cole scrolled through his phone while Britt lay with her head in his lap, reading a novel for her fall literature course. "My parents want to meet you," Cole said casually, fingers absently stroking her hair. Britt lowered her book. "Mine too. My mum keeps asking for pictures. We could drive up to New Orleans next weekend. It's only an hour." "What would you tell them?" Britt asked. "About how we met. The whole baseball kiss backstory seems like a lot for a first meeting." Cole considered this. "We could start with biology class and work our way back." "Probably wise," Britt agreed. "Though my dad will lose his mind when he finds out you're that boy. He references that clip at least once a year." Cole's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced down, then let out a startled laugh. "You're not going to believe this." He turned the screen toward Britt. An MLB social media account had posted a Throwback Thursday compilation of famous fan moments. The caption read, "Summer love through the years, baseball's most heartwarming fan moments." The thumbnail image showed a young Brit in her Harper jersey, milliseconds before the accidental kiss. "They're never going to let us forget." Brit groaned, covering her face. "Wait," Cole said, sitting up straighter. "Read the comments." Brit took the phone, scrolling through responses. Most were generic. Heart emojis, memories of seeing the clips live. But one comment caught her attention. "OMG, that's Britt Richards, LSU track, and Cole Nightingale, LSU baseball. They're dating now. Full circle, baseball love." "How?" Britt began. "Missy," they said in unison. "She must have made the connection and shared it," Cole reasoned. "She does follow all the MLB accounts." The post was rapidly gaining traction, with more comments confirming the unlikely reunion story. By morning, several sports websites had picked up the tale, framing it as a baseball fairy tale. The children from the famous kiss cam serendipitously reuniting in college, unaware of their shared history. Britt's phone rang early the next day. Her father, calling with an uncharacteristic urgency in his voice. "Brittany Ann Richards," he said when she answered, using her full name in a way that signalled his excitement rather than disapproval. "Is it true? The boy from the kiss cam is your boyfriend? The one you've been telling us about?" Britt sighed, shooting Cole a resigned look as he entered the room with coffee. "Yes, Dad, it's true." Jim's whoop of delight was loud enough that Cole could hear it across the room. "Your mother won't believe this. Actually, everyone needs to hear this story. Thanksgiving. You're bringing him for Thanksgiving, right? Both families. We need both families there." "Dad, it's July, and we haven't even met each other's parents yet." "Details. Mere details. This is baseball destiny, honey." After assuring her father that yes, they would discuss holiday plans, and no, ESPN could not have an exclusive interview, Britt ended the call and collapsed dramatically onto Cole's couch. "My father is already planning our baseball-themed wedding," she informed him. "Hope you're ready to say vows over home plate." Cole laughed, sitting beside her. "My mum texted earlier. She found our box of memorabilia from that game. Apparently she kept the ticket stubs." The media attention faded as quickly as it had flared, their story becoming just another heartwarming internet moment before being replaced by the next viral sensation. But privately, something had shifted between them. What had been a strange coincidence had become part of their shared mythology. The story they would tell for years to come, the unlikely thread that had connected them long before they understood its significance. 2 weeks later, they drove to New Orleans to meet the Richards family. Jim greeted Cole with a bear hug and an immediate barrage of baseball questions. Catherine was more restrained but equally welcoming, showing Cole the meticulous scrapbook she'd created from their great baseball tour, including a page dedicated to the famous kiss. "We should have gotten your autograph back then," Jim joked over dinner. "Could have sold it for college tuition by now." "Jim," Catherine chided gently, then turned to Cole, "we're just happy Britt found someone who shares her love of the game. That's rare." Later that evening, as they sat on the porch swing of the Richards' modest New Orleans home, Britt rested her head on Cole's shoulder. "Well, you survived meeting my parents. Ready for round 2 in Colorado next month." Cole nodded, watching fireflies illuminate the gathering darkness. "I've been thinking about that day at Coors Field, about all the little moments that had to align perfectly, like Harper having to catch that specific third out, and me turning my head at exactly the wrong moment, or the camera operator deciding that was worth broadcasting, or both of us choosing LSU years later." Britt laced her fingers through his. "My dad would call it baseball destiny. My science brain would call it statistically impossible. What do you call it?" Cole considered this, watching the rhythm of the fireflies' silent communication across the yard. "I don't know if there's a name for it, but I'm grateful." Above them, the porch light attracted moths in hypnotic patterns, nature's own version of chance and circumstance. Inside, they could hear Jim regaling Catherine with plans for a Thanksgiving reunion with the Nightingales, a suggestion that would have seemed absurd months earlier, but now felt inevitable. "Do you ever wonder," Britt asked softly, "about all the other moments like that? The connections we miss, the people we brush against without realizing it?" "All the time," Cole admitted. "But maybe we don't miss as many as we think. Maybe the important ones find a way to circle back." As if to punctuate his point, Britt's phone buzzed with a notification. An MLB account had shared their story again, this time with a side-by-side comparison. The original kiss cam moment from 2015, alongside a recent photo of them at an LSU game, 10 years older but unmistakably the same. People. The caption read simply, "Some catches last a lifetime." Baseball love. Britt smiled, turning off her phone and leaning into Cole's embrace. The digital world could have their story, could reshape it into whatever narrative fit neatly into a social media post. But the reality, the complex, improbable path that had led them from a crowded stadium to this quiet porch, belonged only to them. That, and the memory of a summer kiss that had somehow, against all odds, found its way home. The Waiting Heart. The treehouse smelled of pine sap and summer dust. Lucy Brennan sat with her bare feet dangling through the slats, watching Tom Gallagher whittle a piece of cedar into something that might become a whistle, or might remain simply wood remembering the shape of a knife. She was 12 that summer, all knees and freckles and questions. He was 17, sun-darkened and quiet in the way of boys who've learned that silence often says more than words. "My mother says you'll be leaving soon," she said, not looking at him. Tom's knife paused. "Not till after harvest." That's still leaving. He resumed his work, long curls of wood falling like wishes between the floorboards. Graduation means something, Luce. Can't stay a kid forever. She wanted to argue that staying wasn't about being a kid, that leaving wasn't about being grown, but she didn't have the words yet. Instead, she said, "Race you to the creek," and was already climbing down before he could answer. The water ran cold even in August, spring-fed and clear enough to count stones on the bottom. They'd been swimming here since Lucy was small enough that her father carried her on his shoulders, while Tom ran ahead, all gangly limbs and laughter. Now she swam as well as he did, maybe better, and when they sat on the bank afterward with the sun pressing heat back into their skin, the silence between them felt different than it used to. "You ever think about what's out there?" Tom asked, gesturing vaguely eastward, toward horizons neither of them had seen. "Sometimes," Lucy admitted, "but mostly I think about what's here." He looked at her, then really looked, and she felt something shift in her chest like a door opening in a house she'd lived in all her life, revealing a room she never knew existed. That evening, the whole valley seemed to gather at the Havisham farm for the threshing dinner. Long tables groaned under platters of fried chicken and corn pudding, green beans, cooked with bacon, biscuits tall as teacups, pies that made the air smell like cinnamon and promise. Lucy helped serve while Tom worked with the men, their paths crossing as they always did, hands brushing as she passed him lemonade, his thanks quiet enough that only she could hear. Later, when the work was done and the musicians tuned their fiddles, Tom found her sitting on a hay bale watching couples dance in the barn's golden light. "Dance with me?" he asked. "I don't know how. I'll teach you." His hand was calloused and gentle as he led her through the steps. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and when she stepped on his feet he only laughed and said, "You're getting it, Luce. You're getting it just fine." The summer spun out in a succession of moments like beads on a string, raspberry picking that left their fingers stained purple, county fair midways bright with electric lights, Tom winning her a stuffed rabbit at the ring toss. Saturday afternoons at the soda fountain where they shared cherry phosphates and argued about which cereal was best at the picture show. Evenings round the radio in her family's parlour, listening to the Lone Ranger in the shadow, Tom sitting close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, steady as a heartbeat. She didn't know she was memorising him, the way his hair fell across his forehead when he bent over his work, the sound of his laugh, low and easy, the particular blue of his eyes in late afternoon light. She was 12, and he was 17, and that summer was simply the way things were, had always been, would always be, until it wasn't. Tom graduated in May wearing a suit borrowed from his father, his dark hair slicked back, looking like a stranger until he grinned at her afterward and became himself again. Lucy gave him a fountain pen, saved for with months of egg money, and he turned it over in his hands like it was something precious. "For writing letters," she said. "Who am I going to write to?" "Me, when you go off, and do whatever it is you're going to do." He tucked the pen in his pocket, careful. "I'll write," he promised. "That's a promise, Luce." Summer came again, but different now. Tom worked his father's farm and picked up odd jobs in town, saving money for something he didn't name. Lucy helped her mother with the garden and the chickens and her younger brothers, but part of her attention was always elsewhere, tracking Tom's comings and goings like a compass pointing north. December the 7th arrived on a Sunday, clear and cold. Lucy was coming back from church when she heard the radio through the Gallagher's open door, her father and Tom's father standing in the yard with faces like stone. "Pearl Harbor," her father said. "The Japs bombed Pearl Harbor." She didn't understand, not really, not until she saw Tom 3 days later outside the recruitment office in town. His jaw set in that way she'd learned meant his mind was made up and arguing wouldn't change it. "Marines," he said, Lucy's throat closed. "When?" "February. Basic training in San Diego then, he shrugged. Wherever they send us. She wanted to scream, to cry, to beg him not to go. She was 13 years old and the world was tilting sideways and nothing made sense anymore. Instead, she said, "You promised you'd write." "I will." He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, a gesture so tender it hurt. "Every chance I get, Luce. I swear it." The night before he left, both families gathered at the Brennans for dinner. Lucy's mother made all of Tom's favourite foods and nobody ate much of anything. When it was time to say goodbye, Tom walked Lucy out to the porch where the cold February air bit through their coats. "I don't want you to go," she said, the words finally breaking free. "I know. I don't want the war. I don't want anything to change." "Luce," his voice caught. He pulled something from his pocket, a small wooden whistle carved from cedar. "I made this that day in the treehouse, remember?" She took it, her fingers closing around the smooth wood still warm from his pocket. "I remember everything." He kissed her forehead, his lips cold and brief. "Wait for me," he said, and she didn't ask what he meant because she already knew. March 15th, 1942. Dear Luce, boot camp is harder than anything I've ever done. Up at 500 every morning, drills until we can't feel our feet, then more drills. The sergeant says we're the sorriest bunch of farm boys he's ever seen, but I think he might be starting to like us. The ocean is different than I imagined, bigger, louder. At night sometimes I close my eyes and try to hear the creek instead, but it doesn't work. How's the planting going? Your dad should put in more corn on the South 40 this year. The soil's rested enough now. Yours, Tom April 3, 1942. Dear Tom, we planted the corn where you said. Dad grumbles, but he knows you're right. Everything's different now. There are ration books for sugar and coffee and gasoline. Mother has a victory garden that takes up half the yard. I help roll bandages for the Red Cross on Thursdays. I'm 14 now. Did you remember? Sarah Miller had a birthday party and it felt silly, all of us pretending things are normal when they're not. I listen to the radio every night and wonder where you are. The whistle sits on my nightstand. Sometimes I play it and pretend you can hear it, wherever you are. Lucy. The letters became a rhythm, a lifeline stretched across an ocean. Tom wrote about heat and boredom and brief, terrifying moments of combat he described in careful euphemisms. Lucy wrote about rationing and scrap drives, about neighbours' sons who came home and neighbours' sons who didn't, about growing up in a world that seemed to be coming apart at the seams. She learned to read what he didn't say. When his letters came more frequently, she knew he was scared. When weeks passed without word, she learned to wait without breathing until the next envelope arrived. June 1943. Dear Luce, we're somewhere in the Pacific. Can't say where. It's hot enough to melt the ink right off the page. Yesterday, Johnson got a care package from his girl and shared the cookies around. They were so stale we could have used them as grenades, but they tasted like home. I've been reading a lot. Someone left a beat-up copy of Thoreau and I've been working through it slow. He writes about living deliberately, about sucking out the marrow of life. Out here, every day feels deliberate. Every moment feels like it means something. I think about the treehouse a lot, about summer, about sitting on your porch drinking your mother's lemonade, about the way the fields look in the morning when the mist is still rising. I think about you, Luce, more than I should probably admit. T. August, 1943. Dear Tom, I'm 15 now and working at the drugstore after school. Mr. Peterson's son is overseas too and he needed the help. I make sodas and wrap packages and listen to the ladies gossip about whose victory garden is best and whose daughter is stepping out with which boy. None of the boys here are you. Mother says I'm too young to wait for anyone, that I should live my life and not put it on hold for maybes and somedays. But she doesn't understand. This isn't waiting. This is just knowing. I read your letter about Thoreau 10 times. The part about living deliberately, about meaning. You mean something to me, Tom. You always have. I think about you too, more than I should probably admit. Always, Lucy. The letters grew longer, more honest. They stopped pretending distance meant nothing, stopped acting like the war was a brief interruption in lives that would simply resume. Tom wrote about fear and faith, about the men he fought beside and the ones who fell. Lucy wrote about loneliness and longing, about the girl she'd been and the woman she was becoming. December 1944. Dear Lucy. Not loose anymore. You're not 12 and I'm not 17, and we should probably stop pretending either of us is still a kid. 3 Christmases. I've been gone now. 3 Christmases of sea rations and sand and missing home so bad it feels like a physical ache. I got your package, the socks your mother knitted, the fruitcake, the photograph of you in your Sunday dress standing by the creek. I've looked at that photograph every day since it arrived. You're beautiful, Lucy. You grew up beautiful, and I wasn't there to see it, and that might be the worst casualty of this whole damn war. I'm tired. We're all tired. But I keep thinking about after, about coming home, about whether home will recognise me when I finally get there. Will you? Tom, January 1945. Dear Tom, I would recognise you blind. I would recognise you in the dark. I would recognise you if years passed and we were both entirely different people. You're not a casualty of anything. You're the best man I know, and you're going to come home, and I'm going to be there when you do. That's not hope. That's certainty. I'm 17 now, old enough to know my own mind, old enough to say this plainly. I love you. I've loved you since I was 12 years old, and you taught me to dance in a hay-strewn barn. I'll love you when you're 80, and we're sitting on a porch drinking cold milk and arguing about corn yields. Come home to me. Lucy March. 1945. Dear Lucy, I love you too. I've loved you since you were all freckles and questions and fearlessness. I love you now, grown and beautiful and braver than any Marine I've served with. When this is over, and it will be over, it has to be over. I'm coming home and I'm asking you to marry me properly, with a ring and witnesses and everything your mother will insist on. Wait for me just a little longer. Tom, June 29th, 1947. The train station smelled like coal smoke and coffee, summer heat and metal warming in the sun. Lucy stood on the platform in a yellow dress she'd sewn herself, her dark hair pinned up in the way that made her look older, sophisticated, like the women in magazine advertisements. She felt neither old nor sophisticated. She felt 19 and terrified, and so full of hope it hurt to breathe. The train came around the bend with a shriek of brakes and hiss of steam. Doors opened, people poured out, sailors and soldiers and civilians, a flood of humanity spilling onto the platform. Lucy's heart hammered against her ribs as she searched face after face, looking for... There. Tom stepped down from the third car, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, his uniform creased from travel. He'd grown harder, leaner, his face marked with lines that hadn't been there before. But when he saw her, his whole expression transformed, and he was just Tom again. Her Tom, finally home. She ran. Propriety be damned, she ran straight to him, and he dropped his bag and caught her, lifting her off her feet, burying his face in her neck. She felt him shaking. Or maybe that was her shaking. And then they were both crying and laughing, and she was kissing him, there in front of God and the whole town, kissing him like she'd been wanting to kiss him for 7 years. You came back, she said against his mouth. I promised I would. You kept your promise. All of them, Luce. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his hands framing her face. Every single one. The celebration that night filled the Grange Hall with music and dancing and the kind of joy that only comes after sorrow, But Tom pulled Lucy outside after an hour, away from the noise and the crowd, and they walked together down the familiar road toward the creek, toward the woods where their treehouse still stood in the old oak. The summer night breathed around them, thick with the sound of crickets and the smell of honeysuckle. Tom stopped walking and turned to face her, and in the moonlight he looked young again, uncertain in a way she hadn't seen since they were children. "I need to ask you something," he said. "I know what you're going to ask." "Let me ask it properly." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, worn velvet, gone soft with handling. "I bought this in San Diego before we shipped out. Carried it through 5 years, the Pacific Theatre, then occupation duty in Japan. Kept it close through all of it, so I'd remember I had something worth surviving for." He opened the box. The ring inside was small, simple, a single modest stone that caught the moonlight and held it. "Lucy Brennan, will you marry me?" She didn't answer with words. She kissed him instead, slow and sure, and when she pulled back she said, "Yes, yes, Tom, yes." They married in August in the little white church where they'd both been baptised, where Tom's parents had married and Lucy's parents before them. Lucy wore her mother's dress, altered to fit, and carried wildflowers picked from the fields they'd run through as children. Tom wore his dress uniform because he didn't own a suit that fit anymore, and when he said his vows, his voice shook but didn't break. Their wedding night they spent in the small house Tom had been fixing up since he came home, a farmhouse at the edge of his father's land that needed paint and plumbing, but had good bones and a wide porch and windows that caught the morning light. Lucy stood in the doorway of the bedroom feeling suddenly shy. This man she'd known all her life, somehow a stranger in this moment. Tom came up behind her, his hands gentle on her shoulders. "We can wait," he said quietly. "If you're nervous, if you need time." She turned to face him, this man who'd written her letters from hell, who'd carried a ring through combat zones, who'd waited years for her, and would wait years more if she asked. "I don't want to wait any more," she said. "I've been waiting my whole life for this. For you." He kissed her then, tender and unhurried, and led her inside. The bedroom was simple, a quilt her grandmother had made, curtains that moved with the night breeze, moonlight spilling across the floor. Tom lit the lamp on the bedside table, the flame casting everything in warm gold, then turned to face her. "You're trembling," he said softly. "So are you." He laughed, a breathless sound. "I am. I've thought about this, about you, for so long, and now that you're here, really here." His hands came up to cup her face. "I don't want to rush. I don't want to do anything wrong." Lucy reached up and began unbuttoning his shirt, her fingers clumsy but determined. "There's no wrong way to love each other, Tom." He helped her with the buttons, then with the pins in her hair, letting it fall in dark waves around her shoulders. Each article of clothing removed slowly, reverently, until they stood before each other with nothing hidden. Lucy felt exposed in a way that had nothing to do with nakedness, vulnerable and seen, and somehow more herself than she had ever been. "You're so beautiful," Tom whispered, his hands skimming her shoulders, her arms learning the geography of her body with trembling fingers. She touched him in return, feeling the raised scars on his ribs, the hard muscle of his shoulders, the rapid beat of his heart beneath her palm. "So are you?" He drew her to the bed, and they lay down together, limbs tangling, skin against skin for the first time. Every touch was discovery. The curve of her hip, the hollow of his throat, the places that made breath catch and muscles tense with wanting. "Tell me if I hurt you," he murmured against her neck, his lips tracing the line of her jaw. "You won't." She pulled him closer, arching into his touch. "I trust you." They moved together slowly at first, learning the rhythm, the give and take. There was awkwardness, bodies still unfamiliar, pleasure mixed with brief discomfort, but beneath it all was something deeper. Years of longing, of letters written in the dark, of loving each other across impossible distance, all concentrated into this moment of finally. Tom kissed her mouth. Tom, her throat, her shoulders, whispering her name like a prayer. Lucy wrapped herself around him, holding on as if he might disappear if she let go, as if this was still a dream she might wake from. But he was solid and real, and here, and when she gasped his name, he answered with her own, and the world narrowed to just the two of them, just this. Afterward they lay tangled together, heart still racing, skin damp with sweat. Tom traced idle patterns on her shoulder, his touch gentle now, soothing. "Are you okay?" he asked. Lucy turned her face to kiss his chest, tasting salt. "I'm perfect. We're perfect." "I love you," he said, the words fierce despite his exhaustion. "God, Luce, I love you so much." "I know." She pressed closer, feeling safe in a way she hadn't felt since before the war. "I've always known." They made love again in the deep hours of the night, slower this time, with more confidence and less urgency, learning what made the other sigh, what drew gasps and pleas, what transformed touch into something transcendent. And when they finally slept, it was wrapped in each other's arms, Lucy's head on Tom's shoulder and his hand in her hair, both of them knowing they'd found their way home at last. In the morning, Lucy woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and Tom's arm heavy and warm across her waist. She lay still, listening to him breathe, memorizing this new intimacy the same way she'd once memorized the freckles on his arms and the sound of his laugh. He stirred, his eyes opening slow. "Morning, Mrs. Gallagher," she smiled. "Morning, Mr. Gallagher. Any regrets?" "Not a single one." They made breakfast together in the small kitchen. Eggs from Lucy's mother's chickens, bread Lucy had baked the day before. They ate on the porch, watching the sun climb higher, drinking coffee rationed carefully from their meagre stores. "I was thinking," Tom said, "we should fix up that old tree house, make it safe again." "For who?" He grinned. "For our kids. Someday." Lucy laughed, the sound bright in the morning air. "Someday soon, maybe." Maybe. Life settled into new rhythms. Tom worked his father's farm and Lucy kept the house and helped her mother with the younger children. On Saturdays they drove to town in Tom's old truck and shared cherry phosphates at the soda fountain like they'd done as children. Except now he held her hand across the table and kissed her in public and nobody batted an eye. Some nights Tom woke gasping from dreams he wouldn't talk about, and Lucy held him until the shaking stopped, her presence the only answer to questions he couldn't ask. Some mornings Lucy would catch him standing in the doorway just watching her work, and when she asked what he was doing he'd say, "Just making sure you're real." They learned each other slowly, carefully, the way you learn a language or a skill, with patience and practice, and the understanding that some things take time to master. They fought sometimes, small, disagreements about money or in-laws or whose turn it was to feed the chickens. They made up quickly, neither of them willing to waste time on pride when they'd already lost so much time to distance. In October, Lucy missed her monthly. In November, Dr. Patterson confirmed what she already knew. "We're having a baby," she told Tom that night over dinner. He stared at her, his fork halfway to his mouth. Then he was out of his chair and pulling her up and spinning her around, laughing and crying at the same time. "A baby," he said. "We're having a baby. Are you happy?" "Luce, I'm—" He set her down carefully, his hands on her still flat stomach. "I'm so damn happy I don't have words for it." Their daughter was born in June of 1948, squalling and perfect, with Tom's dark hair and Lucy's freckles and a temper that suggested she'd inherited the best and worst of both of them. They named her Rose, after Lucy's grandmother, and raised her in the little farmhouse that Tom kept adding on to, room by room, as their family grew. On summer evenings they sat on the porch with cold milk and listened to the radio while Rose and eventually her brothers played in the yard. Sometimes Lucy would catch Tom watching her with an expression she couldn't quite name. Wonder, maybe, or gratitude, or just the simple contentment of a man who'd found his way home after a long journey. "What are you thinking about?" she'd ask. "You," he'd say. "Always you." The years spun out, Rose starting school, the boys learning to drive, grandchildren eventually, Tom's hair going grey, and Lucy's hands developing the same arthritis that had plagued her mother. They grew old together in the house Tom had built, surrounded by the fields they'd run through as children, listening to the radio on quiet evenings when the work was done. On their 50th wedding anniversary, their children threw them a party at the Grange Hall, where they'd celebrated Tom's homecoming. Lucy wore a new dress and Tom wore a suit that actually fit, and they danced the way he'd taught her all those years ago in a hay-strewn barn, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, while their grandchildren watched and whispered about how romantic it all was. "You ever regret it?" Tom asked as they swayed together. "Waiting for me? Marrying me?" Lucy looked up at him. This man she'd loved since she was 12 years old, whose letters she'd treasured through a war, whose children and grandchildren filled the room with laughter. "Not once," she said. "Not for a single moment." "Me neither." He kissed her forehead the way he had the night before he left for war, gentle and reverent. "Best decision I ever made. Loving you." "Second best," Lucy corrected. "Oh?" "The best decision was coming home." Tom smiled, that slow, easy smile she'd been memorising her whole life. "That wasn't a decision, Luce. That was a promise, and I always keep my promises." The radio played on, and they danced, and somewhere in the fields beyond the hall, the corn grew tall and green under the summer stars, and all was as it should be. Beyond the horizon of time. Louis Doyle's fingers danced across the console of Astralis 5, the experimental spacecraft's cabin humming with the quiet intensity of cutting-edge technology. The holographic displays cast a blue glow across his features as he ran through the pre-jump checklist for the third time. At 32, he had already logged more test flights than pilots twice his age, but today's mission carried stakes that made his palms sweat beneath his flight gloves. Reading normal on all fractal alignment matrices, called Malcolm Park from the co-pilot's chair. At 35, Malcolm's salt and pepper temples betrayed the stress of their profession, but his eyes still held the eager spark that had drawn Louis to him as a friend and colleague years ago. "Malcolm, if these calculations are even slightly off..." "They're not," Malcolm interrupted, shooting Louis a knowing look. "I triple-checked them myself. We'll be back in time for Sophia's ultrasound, tomorrow." The mention of his wife and their unborn daughter brought a smile to Louis's face. The image of Sophia that morning flashed in his mind, standing in their kitchen, her honey-brown hair catching the sunlight, one hand resting on her swollen belly while the other held their 3-year-old son Oliver on her hip. "Promise you'll be careful," she had whispered against his lips as they parted. "Emma and I will be waiting for you." "Initiating fractal expansion sequence," Louis announced into his comm, pushing the thought away. "Quantum space-time dynamics. This is Astralis 5. We are go for FTL jump in T-minus 60 seconds. The response from mission control was immediate. "Copy that, Astralis 5. All systems are nominal. Proceed with jump protocol." Louis exchanged a glance with Malcolm. "Ready to make history?" Malcolm grinned. "Just another day at the office." But it wasn't. If successful, this would be the first human-piloted craft to achieve true faster-than-light travel using the revolutionary fractal expansion drive. The technology promised to compress the space ahead of the vessel while expanding it behind. creating a sort of bubble that could slip between the conventional laws of physics. Fractal field generator at maximum capacity, Louis reported, watching the readings climb. Initiating jump in 3, 2, 1. He pressed the activation sequence and the universe seemed to hold its breath. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, reality itself appeared to fold around them, stars stretching into impossible lines of light, the blackness of space rippling like disturbed water. Field stabilization holding at 98%, Malcolm called out, his voice strained with concentration. Wait, Louis, I'm getting anomalous readings in the navigation array. Lewis's fingers flew across the controls. What kind of anomalous? The fractal pattern is destabilizing. It's like something's pulling at the edges of our field. A warning klaxon blared through the cabin as red indicators flooded the displays. Louis felt his stomach drop as he recognized what was happening. Gravitational interference, he muttered, then louder. Malcolm, we're being pulled off course. There's a massive gravity well directly in our modified path. Malcolm's face paled as he pulled up the stellar charts. Via BH1, we're being drawn toward a black hole. The next moments were chaos as they fought to regain control of their trajectory. The ship's engines whined in protest as Louis pushed them beyond their designed limits, attempting to break free from the inexorable pull. "Thrusters failing," Malcolm shouted over the growing cacophony of alarms. "Field integrity dropping below 60%. Louis made a desperate decision. We need to shut down the fractal drive and attempt a conventional emergency jump out of here. As his fingers moved to execute the command, a strange calm settled over him. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into minutes. Through the viewport he could see the terrible beauty of Bayer BH1, a perfect circle of absolute darkness rimmed with the ghostly light of dying stars being consumed. "Louis," Malcolm's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Something's happening to our chronometric readings. The time dilation effect is..." Before Malcolm could finish, a blinding flash of light engulfed the cabin. When Louis could see again, a new presence appeared on their sensors, an unknown vessel, its design unlike anything in Earth's registry. It moved with impossible grace, positioning itself between Australis 5 and the black hole. "Are they helping us?" Malcolm whispered. As if in answer, their communications array lit up with an incoming data packet. Not words or images, but pure mathematics. Equations of such complexity and elegance that Louis felt a chill run down his spine. "It's a correction to our fractal field formula," he realized with sudden clarity. "They're showing us how to compensate for the gravitational distortion." Working with frantic precision, Louis integrated the new calculations into their navigation system. The alien vessel maintained its position, seemingly holding back the full force of the black hole's pull. "Field reforming," Malcolm reported, wonder in his voice. "Fractal integrity at 105%. How is that even possible?" Louis didn't answer, focusing entirely on executing their escape. With the alien mathematics guiding their path, Australis 5 slipped free of the gravitational well and made the jump back toward Earth. The return journey seemed deceptively normal. Their instruments showed they'd been gone for less than 6 hours, enough time for some concern at mission control, but nothing catastrophic. It wasn't until they approached Earth orbital space that the truth became clear. "Louis," Malcolm's voice cracked as he stared at the dating display. "According to mission control, we've been gone for 52 years." Louis felt the world fall away beneath him. 52 years. Sophia would be 78 now, Oliver 55, and Emma, his unborn daughter, would be 52 years old, older than he was. As Australis 5 docked with the gleaming orbital station that hadn't existed when they left, Louis stared out at an Earth that looked both familiar and alien. The blue-green marble still spun serenely below, but new orbital structures and unfamiliar spacecraft patterns told of decades of advancement. "What do we do now?" Malcolm asked quietly. Louis unbuckled his harness with numb fingers. "We go home," he said, "whatever's left of it." The descent to Earth felt surreal. Louis stared out the shuttle window at the transformed skyline of New Seattle, where impossibly tall structures of transparent materials caught the sunlight like crystalline forests. Air traffic moved in precise three-dimensional patterns that would have been chaos in his time but now seemed to follow some intricate dance only these future pilots understood. The medical and psychological evaluations had taken 3 days. 3 days of poking, prodding, scanning, and endless questions while he and Malcolm tried to grasp the enormity of what had happened. The time dilation effect nearby a BH-1 had slowed their subjective experience to a crawl while decades rushed by on Earth. They were living relics, perfectly preserved specimens from the 2120s. "Your cellular structure shows no abnormalities," the chief medical officer had explained, her eyes constantly darting to a neural interface rather than meeting Lewis's gaze directly. "Physically, you're both exactly as you were when you left. Your chronological age is 84, but biologically you're still 32. Now, as the shuttle descended toward the landing pad of what had once been downtown Seattle, Louis clutched a small holographic projector in his hand. It contained the current information about his family, data that the officials had, reluctantly provided after his insistence. Sophia was alive. She had remarried 15 years after his disappearance to a man named Thomas Mathies. They'd had no children together, but Thomas had helped raise Oliver and Emma. Thomas had passed away 7 years ago. Sophia now lived in a life extension community in what used to be called Bellevue. Oliver was married with 3 children and 4 grandchildren. Emma had married twice, with 4 children and 3 grandchildren. Louis had 11 grandchildren he had never met, some of whom were now older than he was. The shuttle touched down with barely a whisper, and Louis stepped out into a world he no longer knew. A sleek transport pod waited to take him to Sophia. Malcolm had family to find as well, a younger sister who was now an elderly woman living in Tokyo. "We'll meet soon," Malcolm had promised before they parted. "We're probably the only people in the world who understand what the other is going through." The transport pod moved silently through the city, its automated systems requiring no input from Louis. He watched the unfamiliar landscape blur by, catching glimpses of everyday life in 2107. People dressed in fabrics that seemed to shift and change with their movements. Many had visible tech integrated into their bodies, subtle glowing lines beneath the skin, eyes with pupils that adjusted mechanically, hands with extra digits that looked both natural and artificial. When the pod finally stopped, Louis found himself before a sprawling complex of elegant buildings integrated with the natural landscape. Trees grew through and around structures in a harmony of design that would have been impossible in his time. A young woman, perhaps in her 20s, waited at the entrance. Her professional smile and the subtle glow of interface tech at her temples marked her as staff. "Captain Doyle," she greeted him. "I'm Mira. I'll be facilitating your reunion with Mrs. Mathis Doyle. She's been informed of your arrival and is waiting in the garden pavilion." Louis followed Mira through winding paths lined with flowers he couldn't name and trees engineered to bloom year-round. His heart hammered against his ribs. How do you face a woman you said goodbye to yesterday, who has lived more than half a century since then? The pavilion appeared ahead, a graceful structure of living wood and transparent panels that caught the afternoon light. And there, seated in a hover chair near a small fountain, was Sophia. Time had etched deep lines into her face and turned her honey-brown hair to silver, but her eyes, those eyes that had looked at him with love just days ago in his timeline, were unmistakably hers. They widened as he approached, her weathered hand lifting to cover her mouth. "Louis," she whispered, the single word carrying 5 decades of grief, acceptance, and shock. Louis dropped to his knees beside her chair, words failing him entirely. His wife, yet not his wife anymore, reached out, with trembling fingers to touch his face. "They told me, but I couldn't believe it," she said, her voice stronger than he had expected. "You haven't changed at all." "Sophia, Louis began, but what could he possibly say? "I'm sorry I disappeared for 52 years. I still love you as if I saw you yesterday." Instead, tears came, hot and unexpected. Sophia's hand cupped his cheek, her touch both familiar and strange. "Oh, my dear Louis, what a cruel trick time has played on us both." They talked for hours as the sun moved across the sky. Sophia told him of the years after his disappearance, the grief, the long wait, the eventual acceptance. She spoke of raising their children alone until meeting Thomas, a kind man who never tried to replace Louis but instead honoured his memory. "Oliver was so angry when I decided to marry again," she recalled with a sad smile. "He was 8 by then, and he had convinced himself you were coming back any day. Emma was easier, she only knew you, from stories and pictures." Louis listened, trying to piece together the lives that had continued without him. Will they see me?" Sophia nodded. "Emma is coming tomorrow. She's been the most open to this. Oliver," she hesitated. "Oliver needs more time. This is difficult for him in ways I think neither of us can fully understand." As evening approached, Sophia grew tired. Her caretaker, a man with subtle mechanical augmentations, appeared to take her back to her residence. "We've prepared accommodations for you here in the community," Mira informed Louis. "Mrs. Mathis Doyle requested you stay close." That night, alone in a room designed for comfort but feeling utterly alien, Louis stared out at the unfamiliar stars. Light pollution had been nearly eliminated, and the sky was clearer than he remembered. Even the constellations seemed slightly shifted, or perhaps it was just his perception that had changed. The next morning brought Emma. His daughter, the child he had never held, stood before him as a woman of 52, her eyes Sophia's but her jawline unmistakably his own. She approached cautiously, studying him with an intensity that made him want to look away. "My whole life," she said finally. "I've seen your pictures, heard stories about you, but they never said how young you'd be." Her voice caught. "You're younger than my youngest son." Louis stood awkwardly, unsure if he should embrace her or keep his distance. "I don't know what to say, Emma. In my mind, you're still—" He gestured vaguely toward her midsection. A smile broke through her reserve. "Still unborn? Well, I did turn out rather well, if I do say so myself." She stepped forward and, after a moment's hesitation, wrapped her arms around him. "Welcome home, Dad, even if it's not the home you left." Over the next weeks, Louis met most of his grandchildren. Some approached him with curiosity, others with wariness. To them he was both family and stranger, a figure from history, books suddenly animated and walking among them. Ethan, Emma's youngest at 24, showed the most interest. "It's like meeting a time traveller," he enthused during one visit, peppering Louis with questions about life in the 2020s that made Louis realise just how much had changed. Olive remained distant, agreeing only to a brief video call where tension radiated through the connection. "I need more time," he said stiffly. 52 years wasn't enough to get over losing you. I can't just flip a switch because you've returned." As the weeks passed, Louis felt increasingly displaced. Sophia was kind, but the romantic love they had shared had transformed into something else, a gentle affection tinged with melancholy for what might have been. His children had lives fully formed without him. His grandchildren viewed him more as a curiosity than a grandfather. He had no place in this future. No job. His piloting skills, once cutting edge, were now hopelessly outdated. No purpose, beyond being a living reminder of a past most had forgotten. It was during this time of growing despair that Ethan arrived one day with a colleague. "Grandpa Lewis, this is Dr. Jasmine Patterson," Ethan said, introducing a striking woman with dark curls and keen, intelligent eyes. "She's a geneticist at the New Pacific Research Institute. She's been working on the longevity programs that keep Grandma Sophia and others so healthy into their later years." Jasmine extended her hand, her grip firm and confident. "Captain Doyle, your grandson hasn't stopped talking about you since your return. From a scientific perspective, your case is fascinating." Louis shook her hand, noting the lack of visible tech enhancements that had become so common. "Just Louis, please. I'm not sure Captain applies anymore." "Well, just Louis," she replied with a smile that transformed her serious demeanour. "I have about 1,000 questions for you, if you don't mind. Your unique temporal situation presents implications for my research that I never anticipated having the opportunity to explore." There was something refreshing about Jasmine's directness. Unlike others who tiptoed around him as if he might shatter, she looked at him with clear-eyed curiosity and, to his surprise, genuine interest in who he was rather than what had happened to him. "Ask away, Dr. Patterson," he found himself saying. "It's not like I have a busy social calendar these days." She laughed, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to brighten the room. "Call me Jasmine, and don't worry. I won't subject you to all 1,000 questions today. Maybe just the first 100 or so." As they talked, something inside Louis began to stir, a feeling he had thought lost in the void of Bayer BH1. For the first time since his return, someone was looking at him not as a relic of the past, but as a man with a future. "You're avoiding the gravitational constant question," Jasmine accused, pointing her fork at Louis across the table of the small cafe that had become their regular meeting spot over the past month. Louis couldn't help but smile. "I'm not avoiding it. I'm just not convinced your theory about chronometric entropy makes sense." "That's because you're thinking in linear terms," she countered, her eyes bright with the thrill of intellectual challenge. "The mathematics we've developed since your departure suggest time isn't as straightforward as we once believed." Their debates had become the highlight of Lewis's weeks. What had begun as research interviews had evolved into something more. Conversations that range from the technical aspects of time dilation to philosophy, art, and the small details of daily life that reveal the true character of a changing world. Jasmine, at 25, represented the best of this new era. Brilliant and forward-thinking, yet with a respect for history that many of her peers lacked. Her work in longevity genetics had given her a unique perspective on time and aging that resonated with Louis' unusual situation. "Maybe I'm stuck thinking linearly," Louis admitted, watching the way the afternoon light played across her features. "In my mind, it still feels like 2125 was just a few months ago." Jasmine's expression softened. "How are things with your family? Has Oliver agreed to meet in person yet?" Louis shook his head. "Baby steps. He's agreed to bring his wife for a visit next month. His children, my grandchildren, are still keeping their distance. And Sophia? She's..." Louis paused, searching for the right words. "She's been wonderful. More understanding than I have any right to expect. But we both know we can't go back to what we were. Too much life has happened for her." Jasmine nodded thoughtfully. "Time creates different kinds of distance. Physical distance can be bridged, but temporal distance..." She trailed off, then reached across the table to touch his hand briefly. "I can't imagine how difficult this is for you." The simple gesture of comfort sent an unexpected warmth through Louis. He'd grown comfortable with Jasmine, but this was the first moment he recognised that his feelings might be evolving beyond friendship. The realisation troubled him deeply. How could he contemplate feelings for another woman when Sophia, his wife, the mother of his children, was still alive. The fact that over 50 years had passed for her but only months for him created an ethical and emotional quandary he hadn't prepared for. That evening, Louis found himself walking the peaceful grounds of the life extension community, his thoughts in turmoil. He was so distracted that he nearly collided with Sophia, who was enjoying the evening air in her hover chair. "Louis," she greeted him with a knowing smile, "you look like a man carrying the weight of the universe. Walk with me." He fell into step beside her slow-moving chair, the familiar scent of the jasmine flowers she had always loved filling the air between them. The irony of the scent wasn't lost on him. "Ethan tells me you've been spending considerable time with Dr. Patterson," Sophia observed, after they had walked in silence for several minutes. Louis felt a flush of embarrassment, like a teenager caught passing notes in class. "She's been helping me understand this new world." "Is that all she's been helping you understand?" He stopped, turning to face the woman who'd been his wife in another lifetime. "Sophia, I would never—" "Louis Doyle, don't you dare finish that sentence," Sophia interrupted, her aged eyes flashing with the same spirit that had captivated him when they first met. "Do you think I expect you to live the rest of your life alone? You're 32 years old. And I'm 78, she finished for him. "I've lived a full life, Louis. I've loved 2 good men. I've raised our children. I've held our grandchildren. And yes, I mourned you. Deeply and completely." Her voice softened. "But I also moved forward, because that's what living requires." Louis knelt beside her chair. "I still love you, Sophia. That hasn't changed for me." She reached out to stroke his cheek, her touch gentle. "I know you do, my dear. And I love you. The you I remember, and the you kneeling before me now. But we both know it's not the same love we shared before. It can't be." Tears welled in Louis's eyes. "I feel like I'm betraying you." "No," Sophia said firmly. "The only betrayal would be denying yourself the chance at happiness because of misplaced loyalty to a past that's gone for everyone but you." She took his hand, her grip still surprisingly strong. "I've seen how you look when you talk about Jasmine. It reminds me of how Thomas used to look at me, like he couldn't quite believe his good fortune." Louis didn't know what to say. The wisdom of her words warred with the guilt that had taken root in his heart. "The universe has already taken so much from you, Louis," Sophia continued. "Don't let it take your future too." Their conversation stayed with Louis for days afterward. He went through the motions of his increasingly structured life, meetings with specialists helping him integrate into modern society, visits with Emma and her family, virtual reality sessions to update his piloting knowledge in case a suitable position became available. But his thoughts kept returning to Jasmine, and to Sophia's blessing that felt both liberating and terrifying. When Jasmine called to invite him to a symposium on quantum temporal mechanics, Louis nearly declined. But Sophia's words echoed in his mind. "Don't let it take your future too." "I'd be delighted," he heard himself say instead. The symposium was held in what had once been the Seattle Art Museum, now transformed into a combined cultural and scientific hub. As Louis and Jasmine entered the grand hall, he became acutely aware of the curious glances directed their way. By now, the story of Australis 5 and its time-displaced pilots had become public knowledge, making Louis something of a reluctant celebrity. "Ignore them," Jasmine murmured, seeming to sense his discomfort. "They'll find some new fascination next week." The lectures were largely beyond Louis's understanding, despite his background in aerospace engineering. The field had advanced so dramatically that he often felt like a student from the medieval era, trying to comprehend quantum physics. But watching Jasmine in her element, asking incisive questions, debating points with the presenters, her face animated with the joy of scientific discovery, stirred something profound in him. She was fully present in her time, embracing its challenges and possibilities with an enthusiasm that made him ashamed of his own reluctance to do the same. After the symposium, they walked along the waterfront where eco-restoration projects had transformed what had been a deteriorating shoreline in Louis' time into a vibrant ecosystem. The Puget Sound glittered under the moonlight, cleaner and more alive than he remembered. "You know," Jasmine said as they paused to watch a pod of bioluminescent jellyfish pulse beneath the surface, "the first time Ethan told me about you, I thought he was exaggerating. The test pilot grandfather who disappeared into a black hole and came back 50 years later without aging a day? It sounded like a plot from those ancient science fiction novels my father collects." Louis chuckled. "Sometimes I still hope I'll wake up and find it was all just a dream, that I'm back in 2125, and Sophia is young and Oliver is still a toddler." Jasmine turned to face him, her expression serious in the moonlight. "Would you really want that? To erase everything that's happened?" The question caught him off guard. I don't know. A few months ago I would have said yes without hesitation. And now?" Louis looked out at the water, considering. "Now I think about what Sophia told me, about the life she built, the happiness she found even after losing me. I think about Emma, who never knew me but became this incredible woman anyway. And I think..." He hesitated, then turned to meet Jasmine's gaze. "I think about the people I wouldn't have met if things had happened differently." Something shifted in the air between them, a recognition of feelings that had been growing despite both their efforts to maintain professional boundaries. "Louis," Jasmine began, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain, "I need to be clear about something. I didn't continue our meetings just for my research." "I know," he said softly. "This is complicated. You have history, literal history, that I can't possibly compete with." Louis shook his head. "It's not a competition, Jasmine. The past is the past, even if for me it feels like present. But I can't live there anymore." Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, he leaned forward and kissed her. It was gentle and questioning, a kiss that asked permission rather than presumed it. To his relief and joy, she responded, her hand coming up to rest against his chest. When they parted, Jasmine's smile held a hint of wonder. "Well, now I can tell people I've kissed a man from another time." Louis laughed, the sound surprising him with its freedom. "Is that going in your research notes, Dr. Patterson?" "Definitely," she replied with mock seriousness, "under extremely promising developments." Their budding relationship was not without complications. When news reached Louis's family, reactions were mixed. Emma expressed cautious support, while Oliver, during their long-awaited in-person meeting, reacted with stunned disbelief. "She's younger than I am," he pointed out during their tense lunch. "She's younger than your grandchildren." "Chronologically, yes," Louis acknowledged. "But Oliver, I'm not the father you remember. I'm not even the man who would have been your father if I'd stayed. He struggled for the words. "I'm someone new, trying to find my place in this time." Oliver's wife, Jana, placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. "Oliver, remember what we discussed. Your father didn't choose this." Oliver's expression remained troubled, but he nodded slowly. "I just need time to adjust to all of this. First you returned from the dead, and now you're dating someone barely out of university." "She has 2 PhDs, Louis felt compelled to point out, then added more gently, "and she makes me happy, son. After everything, don't you think we all deserve a little happiness?" The question seemed to reach something in Oliver that Louis's other attempts had not. His son's rigid posture softened slightly. "I suppose we do," he conceded. "Just be patient with me, okay? I'm still trying to reconcile the father from my childhood memories with the man sitting across from me." "I can do patient," Louis promised. "I've got time." The irony of his statement made them both smile, breaking the tension. Jasmine faced her own challenges, her parents, while, welcoming to Louis, worried their daughter was setting herself up for heartbreak. He's still processing a massive trauma, her mother pointed out during a family dinner, and eventually he'll have to make peace with his original family. Where does that leave you? I don't know, Jasmine admitted honestly, but I'm not asking for certainty. I'm just following what feels right. As winter turned to spring, Louis and Jasmine settled into a relationship that defied conventional categorization. They were partners in exploring, he learning a new world, she seeing her familiar one through fresh eyes. The gap in their chronological ages became less relevant than their shared curiosity and growing affection. One afternoon, as they picnicked in a floating garden that drifted above Lake Washington, one of the marvels of 2077's architectural innovations, Jasmine broached a subject they had been circling for weeks. The New Pacific Institute is funding an expedition to Europa, she said, trying to sound casual but unable to hide her excitement. They're looking for specialists in extreme environment adaptation, which is basically what I've been studying for the past 3 years. Louis set down his glass of synthesized wine, another modern innovation he'd grown to appreciate. Europa? Jupiter's moon? She nodded. The subsurface ocean has shown remarkable potential for supporting modified human habitation. We're talking about establishing the first permanent research base. The implications were clear. How long would you be gone? 3 years Earth time, she replied, watching his reaction carefully. But here's the thing. They need a pilot with experience in gravitational anomalies. The Jupiter system is tricky to navigate even with AI assistance. Your experience with Bayer BH1 makes you uniquely qualified. Louis stared at her, stunned. Are you saying... I'm saying, Jasmine continued, taking his hand, that if you wanted to apply, I have it on good authority that the mission director would be very interested. The prospect was dizzying. To return to space, to have purpose again, using the very skills that had once torn him from his time, felt like a gift he hadn't dared hope for. What about your research here? What about... He hesitated. What about my family? Jasmine squeezed his hand. My research can continue there. Better, in fact, with access to completely new environments. As for your family... She looked at him with understanding. That's a decision only you can make. But Louis, they've built lives that will continue with or without your daily presence. The question is, what life are you going to build? As Louis considered her words, he gazed out at the Seattle skyline, at once familiar in its geography and utterly transformed in its details. In that moment he realized something profound. He'd been given not just a second chance at life, but at love, at purpose, at future. Whatever he decided about Europa, he would no longer be merely a visitor from the past. He would be a participant in the present, with all its complications and possibilities. Jasmine watched the shift in his expression, recognizing the moment when something fundamental changed. She leaned forward to kiss him, not caring who might see. "Welcome to tomorrow, Captain Doyle," she whispered against his lips. And for the first time since returning to an Earth that had moved on without him, Louis truly felt he had come home. 3 months later, Louis stood in Sophia's garden, watching as the afternoon sunlight filtered through the genetically modified cherry trees that bloomed year-round. At 79, Sophia had begun to show signs of slowing down. The life extension treatments could only do so much, but her mind remained sharp as ever. "So you've made your decision," she said, more statement than question. Louis nodded, taking a seat on the bench beside her hover chair. "I have. Europa mission leaves in 6 weeks, Jasmine, and I will both be going." Sophia smiled, reaching out to take his hand. Her skin felt paper-thin against his, the contrast between his artificially preserved youth and her natural aging more pronounced than ever. "You know, when Thomas asked me to marry him, I almost said no," she confessed, her eyes distant with memory. I felt like I was betraying you, even though you'd been gone for 15 years by then. Oliver was so angry about it. He was still holding on to the hope you'd return. Louis squeezed her hand gently. I'm glad you said yes. You deserved happiness, Sophia. As do you, she replied firmly. I've watched you these past months, Louis. When you first returned, you were a ghost, present in body, but your spirit was still trapped in 2125. Now, she gestured to his face, now I see life in your eyes again. They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, the kind that can only exist between people who have shared a lifetime of love, even if that lifetime took very different forms for each of them. I wanted to ask you something, Louis said finally. Something important. Anything, dear. Louis took a deep breath. Your blessing. Not just your acceptance or your understanding, but your true blessing. For whatever future Jasmine and I might build together. Sophia's eyes filled with tears, but her smile was radiant. Oh, Louis, you've had that from the moment I saw how she looks at you and how you look at her. She reached up to touch his cheek. Our time together exists in a different world now, but it was real and precious. Nothing can diminish what we shared. But love isn't meant to be preserved like a museum piece. It's meant to grow, to change, to find new expressions. Louis leaned forward to embrace her, careful of her fragility. I will always love you, Sophia. Always. I know, she whispered against his shoulder, and I will always love the young man who promised to come home to me after his test flight. But we're both different. People now. You have centuries ahead of you, Louis. Live them fully. As they parted, Louis felt a weight lifting, the last lingering threads of guilt that had bound him to a past he could never reclaim. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of preparation. The Europa mission required extensive training, even for someone with Louis's experience. The technology had advanced considerably, and while his intuitive understanding of spaceflight principles remained valuable, the practical applications had transformed. Jasmine threw herself into final research preparations, her excitement infectious as she described the study she hoped to conduct in Europa's unique environment. They spent long evenings discussing the possibilities, her scientific vision complementing his practical experience in ways that made them ideal mission partners. Oliver finally began to thaw, especially after Louis made it clear that his departure for Europa wasn't an abandonment but an opportunity for both of them to move forward. I missed your childhood, Louis told his son during a rare moment alone. I can never get that back, but I can be present for whatever time we have now, and when I return from Europa, I want to know the man you've become, not just the memory of the boy I left behind. Something in those words seemed to reach Oliver in a way nothing else had. I've spent most of my life angry at you for leaving, he admitted, even knowing it wasn't your choice. I think I need to finally let that go. Their reconciliation wasn't instantaneous or complete, but it was a beginning. Oliver even brought his children, Louis's grandchildren, to the farewell dinner Emma organised 2 weeks before the mission launch. The gathering was held at Emma's home, a beautiful structure nestled in the mountains outside the city. Nearly the entire extended family attended, creating a chaotic blend of generations that left Louis both overwhelmed and deeply moved. To think, Emma mused, as they stood watching the family mingle, all of this came from you and Mom, all these lives that wouldn't exist if not for you two. Louis felt a profound sense of wonder at her words. Whatever had been lost in his displacement through time, this legacy, these people, had been gained. Jasmine fit seamlessly into the gathering, her natural warmth and genuine interest in each family member earning her acceptance even from the initially sceptical. Louis watched with pride as she engaged Oliver's oldest grandson in a spirited debate about the ethics of genetic enhancement, a topic that would have been purely theoretical in Louis's original time. As the evening wound down, Louis found himself on the terrace with Malcolm, who had travelled from Tokyo for the occasion. In the months since their return they had kept in regular contact, but the demands of building new lives had limited their time together. "So," Malcolm said, leaning against the railing, "Europa. You never thought we'd get back out there, did you?" Louis shook his head. "After everything that happened with Astralis 5, I assumed my flying days were over." "Funny how things work out," Malcolm mused. "You know, I've been offered a position too, consulting on the Ganymede project. Different moon, same neighbourhood." Louis turned to his old friend in surprise. "You didn't mention this before." Malcolm shrugged, a smile playing at his lips. "Just finalised yesterday. Seems the Jupiter system is the place to be for time-displaced pilots." They laughed together, the sound carrying out over the valley below. For a moment, Louis could almost imagine they were back in flight training, young and certain of their invincibility, the future stretching endlessly before them. "Do you ever regret it?" Louis asked suddenly. "The test flight?" Malcolm considered the question seriously. "Sometimes. I missed watching my niece grow up. I missed my sister's middle age. I came back to find many of my friends gone." He paused, looking out at the stars appearing in the darkening sky. "But then I think, how many people get to see the future? Really see it, not just imagine it. We've been given something extraordinary, Louis. Not just longevity, but perspective." Louis nodded, understanding exactly what his friend meant. "To new horizons, then?" Malcolm raised his glass. "To new horizons." The night before the launch, Louis took Jasmine to watch the sunset from Kerry Park, a spot that had somehow survived the decades of urban transformation. The view of the city was dramatically different, with buildings that seemed to defy gravity and transport systems that wove through the air like luminous rivers, but the fundamental geography remained unchanged. "My father proposed to my mother here," Jasmine said as they looked out over the bay. "It's funny how some traditions persist, isn't it?" Louis glanced at her, catching the hint of something in her voice. "Traditions?" She turned to face him fully, reaching into her pocket to withdraw a small object that gleamed in the fading light. Not a ring, as might have been traditional in Louis's time, but a delicate bracelet crafted from a material he didn't recognise. "In my family this is the bonding gift," she explained, her voice steady but her eyes revealing her nervousness. "It's designed to be worn by both partners. It splits into two complementary pieces." She demonstrated, separating the bracelet into two identical bands. "The material is quantum linked. No matter how far apart we are, they'll always respond to each other's presence." Louis stared at the bands, understanding the significance of what she was offering. "Jasmine, are you asking you to be my partner?" "Yes," she said simply. "Not necessarily in the traditional married sense. That feels too bound to old conventions for what we are to each other. But as my chosen one, the person I want beside me as we explore worlds neither of us has seen before." Louis felt his heart swell, with emotion. This woman, who had seen him not as a relic or a curiosity, but as a man worthy of a future, was offering him exactly that, a future unconstrained by the past. "I can think of no greater honour," he said, taking one of the bands and slipping it onto his wrist. It adjusted automatically to fit perfectly, glowing with a soft inner light. "No greater joy than discovering new worlds with you, both out there and within ourselves." As Jasmine placed the companion band on her own wrist, both bracelets pulsed in unison, their lights synchronizing in a dance of quantum connection. She stepped into his embrace, and as they kissed beneath the stars, Louis felt the final piece of his new life click into place. The launch day dawned clear and bright. The spaceport, located on what had once been an island in the Puget Sound, hummed with activity as the Europa mission prepared for departure. The ship, the Galileo's Dream, stood gleaming on its launch pad, a marvel of engineering that made Astralis 5 look primitive by comparison. Louis's family had gathered to see them off, even Oliver, who had arrived early to have a final moment alone with his father. "I brought something for you," Oliver said, handing Louis a small, weathered object. "Mum saved it all these years. After she married Thomas, she put it away, but she never got rid of it." Louis opened his palm to reveal his original wedding band, a simple gold ring that had been removed during the medical evaluations after Astralis 5's return and never reclaimed. "I don't know if it means anything to you now," Oliver continued, "but I thought you should have it. Not to wear," he added quickly, glancing at the quantum bracelet on Louis's wrist, "but to remember." Louis closed his fingers around the ring, deeply moved by the gesture. "Thank you, son. It means everything to me." They embraced, and for the first time since his return, Louis felt like he was truly holding his son, not just the stranger who had grown from the boy he remembered. The final goodbyes were emotional but not devastating. There was a sense of rightness to this departure that had been absent from his unintentional one 52 years earlier. Promises were made to communicate regularly. The quantum entanglement networks allowed near real-time communication even across the vast distances of the solar system. As Louis and Jasmine boarded the Galileo's Dream, Sophia raised her hand in a final farewell. Their eyes met across the distance, and volumes were spoken in that silent exchange, acknowledgement of a love that had endured across time, even as it transformed into something new. In the cockpit, Louis took his position as lead pilot, the familiar sensation of pre-flight anticipation flooding his system. Beside him, Jasmine prepared her biological monitoring systems, her movements confident and precise. "Ready for another leap into the unknown, Captain Doyle?" she asked, a smile playing at her lips. Louis looked at her, this brilliant, compassionate woman who had helped him find purpose when all seemed lost, and then out at the stars that waited beyond Earth's atmosphere. The quantum bracelet on his wrist pulsed warmly, a reminder of the connection they shared. "With you," he replied, initiating the launch sequence. "Always." As the Galileo's Dream rose into the clear blue sky, Louis felt no fear, only anticipation. Whatever waited for them in the cold depths of space, or the mysterious oceans of Europa, they would face it together, two explorers bound not by the accidents of time, but by the deliberate choice to build a shared future. The past could not be changed, but the future remained unwritten. And for the first time since emerging from the temporal distortion of Bayer BH1, Louis looked forward to turning the page. The observation dome of Europa Station Alpha offered a panoramic view that never failed to take Louis's breath away. Above, Jupiter dominated the sky, its massive presence both beautiful and intimidating, banded clouds swirling in perpetual motion. Below, Europa's icy surface stretched to the horizon, cracked and ridged like a giant puzzle waiting to be solved. 3 years had passed since their arrival. 3 years of discovery, challenge, and growth. The research station, buried beneath 20 meters of ice and extending into the subsurface ocean, had become home to 47 scientists, engineers, and support staff, all dedicated to understanding the moon's unique environment. Jasmine had thrived here. Her work on adapting human physiology to the high radiation, low gravity environment had led to breakthroughs that would benefit future missions throughout the solar system. The respect she commanded among her peers filled Louis with pride. "Thought I'd find you up here," came her voice from behind him, contemplating the infinite again. Louis smiled as she joined him at the viewport. "Just thinking about how far we've come. From Astralis 5 to Europa," she mused, leaning against him. "Not the journey either of us expected. Not just that distance," he clarified. "The other kind too." She understood immediately, as she always did. The quantum bracelets they wore pulsed in synchronization. their connection as strong as it had been the day they exchanged them. "I got a message from Emma this morning," Louis continued. "Oliver's youngest granddaughter, my great-granddaughter, just graduated from university. Astrophysics, if you can believe it. She says I inspired her choice, though I've never even met her in person." Jasmine squeezed his hand. "The ripples we create extend far beyond what we can see." Louis nodded, remembering Sophia's last message before her passing 6 months earlier. She'd been 91, a remarkable age even with life extension treatments, and at peace with her extraordinary life. "She said she always knew I'd find my way back to the stars," Louis said softly. "Not just back to Earth, but back to where I truly belonged." The intercom chimed, interrupting their moment of reflection. "Captain Doyle, Dr. Patterson, your presence is requested in Subsurface Lab 3. Dr. Dorsey believes they've identified a new form of extremophil bacterium in today's samples." "Duty calls," Jasmine said with a smile. "Race you there?" As they made their way through the station's corridors, Louis marvelled at how seamlessly they had integrated into this community. Here, his unusual temporal displacement was just another interesting fact about him, not the defining characteristic that had overshadowed everything on Earth. The lab was buzzing with excitement when they arrived. Dr. Leon Dorsey, the expedition's chief biologist, looked up from her microscope with barely contained enthusiasm. "You're going to want to see this," she said, gesturing them over. "The new extremophil isn't just surviving in Europa's ocean, it's manipulating its environment in ways that suggest rudimentary intelligence." As Jasmine bent over the microscope, her face lighting up with scientific curiosity, Louis felt a surge of gratitude for the strange, twisted path that had brought him here. The black hole that had stolen his original future had, in its way, given him this one instead. Later that evening, as they prepared for bed in their shared quarters, Louis retrieved a small box from his desk drawer. Inside lay his original wedding ring from Sophia, the one Oliver had returned to him before the launch, alongside a worn photograph of his first family and a small vial of water. "What's that?" Jasmine asked, noticing the vial. "Malcolm brought it back from Earth on the last supply run," Louis explained. "It's from Puget Sound, near where Sophia's ashes were scattered. I thought tomorrow we might take the shuttle to the Western Ice Plains. There's a crevasse there that leads directly to the subsurface ocean. I'd like to pour this into Europa's waters." Jasmine's eyes softened with understanding. "A way of connecting your past to your present." Louis nodded. "Is that strange?" "Not at all," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "It's one of the things I love most about you. Your ability to honour what was while still embracing what is." They stood together by the small viewport in their quarters, Jupiter's reflected light casting a gentle glow across the room. At 55, chronologically 87, Louis had noticed the first subtle signs of aging since arriving on Europa. The preserved youth gifted by the time dilation was finally giving way to the natural progression of life. Strangely, he welcomed these changes. They connected him to the normal flow of time, to the rhythm of existence that all living things shared. Jasmine, now 28, had committed to aging alongside him, declining the more aggressive longevity treatments that might have maintained her youth far beyond his lifespan. "Do you ever wonder what happened to them?" we asked suddenly. "The aliens who saved us from Bayer BH1? Jasmine considered the question. "Sometimes. The mathematical formulas they shared have revolutionized our understanding of space-time, but we've never encountered anything like their vessel again. I like to think they're still out there," Louis mused. "Maybe they make a habit of rescuing foolish explorers who venture too close to black holes. Perhaps we'll meet them again someday," Jasmine suggested. "Space is vast, but time is longer." "Time," Louis repeated with a soft laugh. "My old adversary and strange benefactor." They fell silent, content in each other's presence as Jupiter continued its stately progress across their window. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new challenges, new wonders. The day after might bring something entirely unexpected, perhaps the decision to extend their mission, or to return to Earth to finally meet the great-granddaughter following in Louise's footsteps. Whatever came next, Louis knew with bone-deep certainty that he would face it without regret. The universe had given him not one life but two, each with its own joys and sorrows, its own unique forms of love. As if reading his thoughts, Jasmine turned in his arms to face him, her eyes reflecting the light of a world neither of them could have imagined in their separate pasts. "To borrowed time," she said softly, echoing the toast they had shared on their first anniversary. Louis smiled, his heart full, and to making every moment count. Outside their window, Europa continued its eternal dance around Jupiter, carrying them forward into a future limited only by their courage to embrace it. And in that moment, Louis understood the final lesson of his extraordinary journey through time, that love, in all its forms, was the one force capable of transcending even its relentless passage. For love, unlike time, knew no horizons it could not cross. The end